Bagus berdiri dulu Pak.
Oh, alright.
Oh, ini nanti yang duduk di depan ya?
Oh, bukan yang ini, tadi saya udah dikasih loh.
Oh, siapa aja coba?
Sebentar. Ini nih.
Oh, saya jadi Bu Maya.
Tapi jadi gini
ada
iya,
tambahan satu.
tapi disuruh maju apa?
Yes, oke.
Bacanya cuma ini. Jadi nanti yang datang cameo-nya itu
Nanti ke sini.
tetap
Ada
6 katanya.
Iya, ada 6.
Udah
Coba
benar.
ditambah. Terus
Alah,
minta tambahan.
tapi
Ibu Mas Tito Novianti, ini yang dari
sebentar, berarti tambah 7 ya, saya takut lupa. Depan-depannya udah oke kan ini ya? Takutnya ada dokter atau apa?
nah itu dia.
Aduh. Evi Kartika saya punya kayak
Oh,
namanya
ada.
nih.
Ini semuanya ada.
Evi Kartika Masita.
Nah,
Oh
itu
ya
dia.
udah,
Aman
berarti
ya?
gini.
Aman. Nah, semuanya yang terakhir ini Pak Samsul. Yayasan Hidup Dulu.
Gimana nih? Mm-mm. Gini. Ya, kurang mana? Saya nanti kasih tahu aja ya. satu aja ya Pak?
Iya.
Itu itu untuk sana ya. Oke, siap. Mm. Oke Pak. Segini ya. Tampak kurus kan ya? Tampak kurus.
Pemberian apa? Open ya? Kalau ini terus yang setelah itu dipersilakan duduk kembali. Jadi yang berikutnya pemberian vitamin. Jadi itu iya di sini. Bu, ini dari CSRC
Oh gitu ya?
Iya. Jadi mohon perwakilan ITB Lamongan.
Oh berarti
ITB Ahmad Dahlan.
oh berarti maju duduk maju duduk
Enggak di depan aja.
jadi berdiri ya terus nanti geser geser geser
Terus kita foto bersama ya. Ini sudah.
ini ya ini oh ini
Rekod ke CSRC. Ini souvenir dari CSRC ke ini.
ini yang nanti ya
Iya. Ini yang nomor
pokoknya aku supaya nggak salah langsung aja representatif of CSRC gitu ya kalau dia nggak ngerti juga baru dia kan tinggal
Nah, ini kan di ITM sebenarnya nggak ada orang perwakilan yang mewakili Profus.
ini udah dikasih tahu kan orangnya
Udah. Aman ya?
seru nih ada lagi yang foto ya besok nih
Minta diizinin Bapak yang tadi 89 orang ini untuk bisa segera bisa mengisi di depan. Udah beliau kalau saya kan nggak ada gelarnya Bu. Beliau sudah menyusun ada gelarnya.
berapa 9 ya di depan sini dulu apa sini langsung ya
Langsung aja kita.
oh baik
Ya namanya kan nggak lengkap Bu. Sudah di tinggal nggak?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please attention, please. I would like to seek Profesor Dr. Ruswiati Surya Putra MSI, Profesor Dr. Hayati Muhammad Awan, Profesor Dr. Abdul Halim Abdul Majid, Associate Profesor Dr. Kaidora binti Abdul Ghani, Associate Profesor Dr. Haswan Yunus, Profesor Dr. Zainuddin Amali, Mrs. Masita Novianti, Mrs. Evi Dwi Kartika, and Mr. Samsul. To the next table, please. Suruh ke depan dulu. 9. Iya. Buat Bu Mayang. Terutama yang pay attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. We have just begun the sessions. We are seeking you to sit in your chairs. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Our conference is about to begin. I'm very pleased to all of you who participate in this 6th International Research Conference on Economic, Business, and Social Sciences in Indonesia that held by Institut Bisnis dan Informatika Kosgoro 1957. I am Agustin Dwi Anika, and I am the Master of Ceremony. First of all, I would like to very pleased to Honorable Head of Minister of Youth and Sports of Republik Indonesia, Professor Dr. Zainuddin Amali, MSI, President Center for Sustainability Research and Consultancy, Professor Dr. Hayat Muhammad Awan, Rector of IB Kosgoro 1957, Association Professor Dr. Haswan Yunus MSI MM, and the very inspiring keynote speaker, they are Professor Dr. Rohana Binti Jani from Center for Development Studies, University of Malaya, Malaysia, Professor Dr. Ulf Henning Riser, adjunct professor from HKUST Business School, Hong Kong, Associate Professor Dr. Kai Dora Binti Abdul Ghani as Deputy Rector of UITM Penang, Malaysia, Associate Professor Dr. Haji Fatkul Anam, MSI, as Rector from UNISDA, and our co-host, Mrs. Masita Novianti M. Hum from Universitas Nahdlatul Ulama Sidoarjo, Mrs. Evi Dwi Kartika SA, MAK from ITB Ahmad Dahlan Lamongan, and all participants from almost 20 universities from Indonesia, Malaysia, and Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? In this session, we would like to explain about today's agenda, consists of opening sessions, including welcome note and briefing, MOU signing, souvenir distribution, and photo sessions. After that, we'll move on the plenary sessions, panel discussions, and parallel sessions. Now, begin to the first agenda, listening to the national anthem, moving on to the opening ceremony. Let's listen to the Indonesian national anthem, followed by Pakistan and Malaysia. Attendees are required to stand for a moment. Kindly please play the song. attendants are requested please to sit down. Let's move to the next agenda, recital of the Holy Quran. Ustadz Muhammad Derobi, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ya ayyuhalladzina amanu ittaqullaha haqqa tuqatih wa la tamutunna illa wa antum muslimun wa'tasimu bihablillahi jami'an wa la tafarraqu واذكروا نعمة الله عليكم إذ كنتم أعداء فألف بين قلوبكم فأصبحتم بنعمته إخوانا وكنتم على شفا حفرة من النار فأنقذكم منها كذلك يبين الله لكم آياته لعلكم تهتدون ولتكن منكم أمة يدعون إلى الخير ويأمرون بالمعروف وينهون عن المنكر
And the next agenda is welcome note and briefing by the conference chair from Professor Dr. Ruswiati Surya Saputra to Prof. Ruswiati. Time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Distinguished guests and excellency, Professor Dr. Zainuddin Amali, Honorable Minister for Youth and Sport, Republik Indonesia, Professor Dr. Hayat Muhammad Awan, President Center for Sustainability Research and Consultancy, Pakistan, and also as a conference patron, Professor Dr. Associate Professor Dr. Hafswan Yunas, Rector of IBIKA 1957, Jakarta, Indonesia, and also as a conference patron, Professor Dr. Abdul Halim Abdul Majid, Vice President of CSRC, Pakistan, Professor Dr. Rohana Binti Jani from University Malaya, and then Professor Dr. Ulf Henning Richter from Hong Kong University of Science and Technology, Associate Professor Dr. Hajah Ahmad Rosidi, Rector of UITM Penang, Professor Dr. Sukor Sanim, Rector of UITM Perlis, Associate Professor Dr. Faktul Anam, Rector of University Nahdlatul Ulama Sidoarjo, Surabaya, Associate Professor Dr. Hajah Mu'ah, Rector of ITB Lamongan, Associate Professor Dr. K. Dora Binti Abdul Ghani, Deputy Rector of UITM Penang, Malaysia, Dr. Priscilla Darmayanti, Chief Conference Coordinator from IBK 1957, Jakarta, Indonesia, Associate Professor Dr. Sulaiman Hafiz Siddiqui as a Plenary Session Coordinator, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Amsal, CSRC, Pakistan, and esteemed featured keynote speakers, conference co-chair, panel discussion, presenter, and all participants of this Science and Organizing Committee members, this 6th IRC Indonesia chapter. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very pleasant morning. I am Professor Dr. Ruswiati Surya Saputra as a conference chair and also Professor of Management. I am pleased to welcome you all to this 6th International Research Conference on Economic, Business and Social Sciences for Indonesia chapter. Today, March 8, 2023, in this hotel, Central Hotel, Cawang, Jakarta, Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, I, as a conference chair, want to share the conference brief, statistic, and its program over 2 days. The total papers received is 145, and total papers to be presented is 84, 60 papers physically, and 24 papers online presentation. The total parallel sessions are 13 in the areas of economics, business, and social sciences, which will be chaired and co-chaired by the eminent faculty member. We welcome empirical or conceptual contribution with any method or approach, particularly those who are relevant to the economic, business management, and also social sciences. In this area, may focus on topic including, but not limited on this issue, such as informatics or education, and etc. So the conference is an international collaboration as well. It is co-hosted by Institute Business and Informatika, Kosgoro 1957 Indonesia, CSRC Pakistan, and UITM Malaysia, in collaboration also with University of the Punjab Lahore, Pakistan, Universitas and Nahdlatul Ulama Sidoarjo, Surabaya, Emerald Publishing, SPCRD, Pakistan, United Nations Principles of Responsible Management Education, or for ASEAN chapter, and Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Management, Lasharan Makassar, Indonesia, and also ITB Lamongan, Indonesia. The conference keynote speakers are from distinguished universities such as from Fox Business School, Temple University, USA. Second is University of Malaya, Malaysia. From Hong Kong University of Scientific and Technology, and University Technology Mara, Malaysia. The second day of this conference is comprised of a workshop in getting published in high impact journal, will be moderated by Professor Dr. Abdul Halim Abdul Majid from University Utara Malaysia, and also as the editor of Journal of Business and Social Review in Emerging Economies. The 6th IRC 2023 Indonesia chapter is going to set the foundation of the academic relationship between Indonesia, Pakistan, and Malaysia, while providing an eminent academic platform for researchers and also for educators to present, to share, and also to discuss their research work on sustainability issues and challenges in emerging economies. This international collaboration conference was held in Malaysia on August 17 and 18, 2022, and also in Pakistan on last February 21st and 22nd, 2023. The conference is forum where the academician mix up both through formal and informal social events to discuss future collaboration among their respective university. I appreciate the teamwork of scientific and organizing committee from Institute Business and Informatika, Kosgoro 957, Indonesia, and then CSRC Pakistan, and UITM Malaysia for exemplary teamwork to make this international conference a success. In addition, to thank you to the leadership of CSRC Pakistan, UITM Malaysia, and EBK 57 Indonesia, I want to specially appreciate the effort by the Chief Conference Coordinator, she is Dr. Priscilla Damayanti, and his crew, and also please second for her. And also all of the crew, all of the members, Bu Priscilla, and also to the conference secretary, Dr. Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Amsal Sahban. Where is he? And of course, the conference coordinator, Dr. Sulaiman Hafiz Siddiqui and Ms. Sadia Zulfikar, for their excellent teamwork to make this beautiful event happen today. The conference program also includes MOUs, MOU signing between the collaborating institution of this conference which include IBICA 57, UITM Malaysia, CSRC Pakistan, Universitas NU Sidoarjo, IBT, ITB Ahmad Dahlan, dan STM Lasharan Makassar. Yeah. Also here is present Profesor Dr. Ulf Henning Richter, yang sebelah sana, who is also CEO of the Carbon 10XB Hong Kong. You know that his company is working on carbon credit program, which I believe can be very useful for Indonesia. I hope the participants from various universities here will discuss areas of mutual collaboration with him. Last but not least, on behalf of us here, we should like to please our guest of honor, Honorable Minister of Youth and Sport, Republic Indonesia, Professor Dr. Zainuddin Amali, to give inaugural address with declaration to open the 6th International Research Conference on Economics, Business, and Social Sciences, Indonesia Chapter 2023. As will be mentioned by Professor Dr. Hayat Muhammad Awan, I will try to enable the collaboration with university in Indonesia and CSRC Pakistan, inshallah. With the above said collaboration, we plan to have 7 IRC Indonesia chapter at University Nahdlatul Ulama Sidoarjo. She is the vice rector. Inshallah. Thank you very much. With all that, I thank you very much and all the best. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Now, we are going to listen welcome address by the conference co-host and patron and president CSRC from Professor Dr. Hayat Muhammad Awan. Kindly please the committee help to play the videos.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Professor Dr. Zainuddin, Honorable Minister for Youth, Republic of Indonesia, Professor Dr. Rusawati, Conference Chair, Professor Dr. Abdul Halim Abdul Majid, Vice President CSRC Pakistan, Professor Dr. Haswan, Rector IBIK, Jakarta, Indonesia, Dr. Rohana, Malaysia, University of Malaya, Malaysia, Associate Professor Dr. K. Dora, Deputy Director UITM, Penang, Malaysia, Dr. Priscilla, Chief Conference Coordinator IBIK, Jakarta, Indonesia, Associate Professor Dr. Sulman Hafiz, Plenary Session Coordinator IUB, Pakistan, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad M. Saul, CSRC Pakistan, esteemed featured keynote speaker, conference co-chair, panel discussion, presenter and participant, scientific and organizing committee member of 6th IRC Indonesia chapter, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Salam from CSRC Pakistan and good morning. I am pleased to welcome you all to the 6th IRC 2023 Indonesian chapter today, March 8, Central Kemang, Jakarta, Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, the collaboration among CSRC Pakistan, IBIK 57 Indonesia and UIT Malaysia host 6th Conference on Indonesia chapter, going to set foundation of academic relationship between the two countries while providing a friendly and safe platform for researcher and educator to present, share and discuss their research work on sustainability issues and challenges in emerging economies. And this collaborative conference was held in Malaysia 17-18 August and in Pakistan 21-22 University of the Punjab, Lahore, Pakistan. CSRC is working since 2015 for inter-university linkage among the emerging and developing countries, especially between Malaysia and Pakistan. So these conferences are not just the venue for the discussion of sustainability challenges and issues faced by the developing countries, but it is also a forum that enable education and tourism to provide academic opportunity for the academia of both sides. This conference is forum where the academician mix up both through formal and informal social events to discuss future collaboration among their respective universities. I appreciate the teamwork of scientific and organizing committee from CSRC Pakistan, IBIK 57 Indonesia, and UITM Penang and Sharm Malaysia for exemplary teamwork to make this conference a success. In addition to thanking the University of UITM Malaysia and IBIK 57 Indonesia, I want especially appreciate the effort of Conference Secretary, Associate Professor Dr. M. Sal and Associate Professor K. Dora, convener from UITM Penang, Malaysia, Professor Abdul Halim Abdul Majid, Dr. Priscilla and Dr. Sulman Hafiz Siddiqui, Dr. Rabia Rashid and Sadia Zulfikar for this collaboration and hard work to make this beautiful event successful today. I am especially thankful to Professor Dr. Rohana Jaini from University of Malaya, Malaysia for accepting the invitation to attend this conference. I also want to appreciate and acknowledge the MOU of between CSRC Pakistan and University Nudatul Ulama Sederjo, which I expect will open avenue for further collaboration. I hope IBIK and Ahmed Dalan University will also complete the paperwork for the MOU soon. Indonesia is a place that I want to visit and inshallah I will visiting very soon. Indonesia and Pakistan, being the large Muslim brother countries, have many avenues to work together to uplift the academic standard. CSR Pakistan will continue to work with the Indonesian University for responsible education and research for sustainable development. We are especially seeking collaboration with the University of Indonesia and other regional universities are welcome to join the collaboration. With that, I thank you all and the best. Wama alayna illa al-balagh al-mubin. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu.
And the next agenda is welcome address from Professor Dr. Abdul Halim Abdul Majid as co-host and patron from TSRC. To Professor Abdul, time is yours.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And a very good morning. Salam, selamat siang. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. First and foremost, thank you very much, the MC or Master of Ceremony for today's event, the Honorable Minister of Youth and Sports, Republic of Indonesia, Professor Dr. Zainuddin Amali, who will be officiating our 6th International Research Conference on Economics, Business, and Social Sciences Indonesia chapter. The delegates from different universities, I would like to mention a few as what have been mentioned by the previous presenters and speakers, like Institute of Business and Informatica, Kosgoro, 1957, the Senate members of IBI, Kosgoro, 1957, Director, the top management of IBI, and also the representative from Universitas Nahdlatul Ulama Indonesia, the representative and keynote speakers from University Malaya, from UITM, University Institute Technology Mara, Malaysia, from University of Hong Kong, our Professor Richard, and presenters, paper presenters, either you are going to present face-to-face or those presenters will be presenting via online. So on behalf of CSRC again, actually as what has been mentioned by our President, Professor Hayat Muhammad Awan just now, we are very pleased to work together with the organizing committee of Indonesia chapter, Dr. Parsila, Associate Professor Dr. Amshal, and your team. Thank you very much for your willingness to have the 6th International Research Conference on Economics, Business, and Social Sciences together with CSRC and other counterparts. As far as the information to be shared via this opportunity, I would like to inform every one of you that CSRC is not only operating from Multan, Pakistan, Lahore, Pakistan, or Bahawalpur, Pakistan. We have our strategic partners in Malaysia, like myself. I'm still working in Malaysia, not yet be part and parcel of Pakistan as far as citizenship is concerned. We also have strategic partners in Indonesia, such as STIM, Laskaran, Makassar. And we hope that we are going to have more strategic partners, such as IBI, Kosgoro, 1957, Universitas Nahdlatul Ulama Indonesia. And I hope that the opportunities that we have during this 2-day conference will be of another platform for all of us to get to know each other, and we are going to collaborate in organizing not only conferences, but also research collaborations via so-called matching grant. Or we can also collaborate in terms of publication by co-authoring articles. And we are going to aim in publishing our articles not only in highly regarded refereed journals, but we are aiming higher to publish our articles in Scopus Index as well as Web of Science WS. So I hope the opportunity that we have today, we are going to optimize in getting to know each other better so that we can work together in a better way, in a more professional, effective, and efficient way for whatever professional endeavor that we are going to engage in the very near future. So dear all respected delegates, I hope this opportunity will be taken by all of us, regardless of the top management from different universities and strategic partners, but also to be taken by our students S1 sekiranya di Indonesia, sarjana muda di Malaysia, or bachelor degree in other parts of the world, S2, sarjana ataupun masters, S3, PhD, S3 di Indonesia, right? I hope the opportunities will be optimized by all parties, and we are going to seek further collaboration with practitioners, with industry players, with community leaders, so that the impact of our conference will not only be in the so-called ballroom, but it is going to be seen and appreciated by the community out there who are really in need of ideas, suggestions, solutions to solve so many problems out there that we want to make sure all of us can grow, can develop, and we can sustain the competitive advantage that we have for the next 2, 3, or the rest of the time, inshallah. I hope I have said enough. We are going to have a lot more opportunities to get to know each other, and hopefully by getting to know more about each other, we are going to have more and more events after this, and we are going to engage with other parties so that the benefits of our conference will be of benefits to all, and it will contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals, United Nations. So with that, once again, thank you very much, Professor Dr. Rusiati, the chairperson of the conference, and your team. And thank you very much, everyone. And hopefully we can focus, we can benefit from this 2-day conference of the 6th International Research Conference on Economics, Business, and Social Sciences. With that note, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Now we are going to listen to the welcome address by the conference co-host and deputy director of UITM Penang, Malaysia, by Associate Professor Dr. Kaidora Binti Abdul Ghani. Kindly please, the committee help to play the video.
Thank you to our Master of Ceremony. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, merciful. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good day, everyone. To the honorary conference patrons, Yang Berbahagia Associate Professor Dr. Haswan Yunas, Rector Institute Business and Informatika, IBI K57, Jakarta, Indonesia. Yang Berbahagia Profesor Dr. Hayat Muhammad Awan, President Center for Sustainability Research and Consultancy, CSRC, Pakistan. Yang Berbahagia Datuk Profesor Teknologi Dr. Hajah Roziah Muhammad Janor, the Vice Chancellor of University Technology Mara, UITM, Malaysia, the Honorable Conference Chair, Professor Dr. Ruswiati Surya Saputra, Business Administration, Institute of Business and Informatika, Kosgoro, 1957, Jakarta, Indonesia. Respective keynote speakers, guest speakers, panels, strategic partners, sponsors, the organizing committee, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen. Alhamdulillah, let us extend our sincere gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for giving us the opportunity to be here today in the 6th International Research Conference on Economics, Business and Social Sciences, Indonesia Chapter, 8 to 9 of March 2023, located at Central Cawang Hotel, Jakarta, Indonesia. This conference is organized by the Center for Sustainability Research and Consultancy, CSRC, Pakistan, and Institute Business and Informatika, Kosgoro, 1957, Jakarta, Indonesia, in collaboration with University Technology Mara, UITM, Malaysia, and University of the Punjab, Lahore, Pakistan, UN Principles of Responsible Management Education, and Emerald Publishing, United Kingdom. On behalf of University Technology Mara, it is my utmost pleasure to welcome all participants to this conference, which brings together experts and academics from around the world. I would love to congratulate the organizing committee for making this conference a successful event. With the theme, Digitalization of Sustainable Business and Society in Emerging Economies, this conference aims to foster further collaborations and exchange new ideas among researchers, academicians, and industry professionals from all over the world in the field of economics, business, social sciences, and education. Ladies and gentlemen, synergy and collaborative work are the core of our task, and I am very proud to announce that in conjunction with this conference, there are a few letters of intention that will be signed with Institute of Technology and Business Ahmad Dahlan, ITB-AD Lamongan, Universitas Nahdlatul Ulama Sidoarjo, Yunusida, Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Manajemen, STIM, Lasharan Jaya Makassar, and Institute Business and Informatika, Kosgoro, 1957. These LOIs will lead to MOU and MOA signing with the respective institution that I have just mentioned. Hence, the Memorandum of Understanding and Memorandum of Agreement signing, among others, will establish friendship, cooperation, and promotion of mutual understanding in academic, cultural, and scientific activities, develop research, joint publication, innovation, and entrepreneurial partnership. Also, institutional exchange between students and staff from each partner institution, as well as organized symposium, conference, short courses, and meetings on research issues with each organization. And last but not least, and any cooperation or cooperate in any other areas as agreed to by the parties from time to time. Yes, I would like to take this opportunity to express my heartfelt appreciation to all parties who have directly and indirectly contributed towards the success of this auspicious event, especially to the committed and passionate committee members, keynote speakers, reviewers, juries, guest speakers, presenters, and all participants. May Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala reward us greatly for these good efforts. Once again, thank you very much for your attention and hope to see you again in the next event. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and have a great day. Back to you, Master of Ceremony.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The next agenda is welcome address by the conference host and patron and Rector IBIK 57, Associate Professor Dr. Haswan Yunus, MSE, MM. To Professor Dr. Haswan, time is yours.
Honorable Minister of Youth and Sport Republic of Indonesia, Professor Dr. Zainuddin Amali, SA MSE. Thank you very much, Professor, for taking time out of your busy schedule to attend this conference. Honorable Mr. Samsul Bahri, the Secretary General of University Kosgoro 57 Foundation, and also member of Senate of IBIK 57. Honorable the conference co-host and patron President CSRC Pakistan, Professor Dr. Hayat Muhammad Awan, Honorable Professor Abdul Majid Halim, Professor Abdul Halim Abdul Majid, Deputy President of CSRC Pakistan, Honorable Conference Co-host and Deputy Rector UiTM Penang, Malaysia, Associate Professor Dr. Kaidora binti Abdul Ghani, Honorable Rector of Institute Teknologi and Business Ahmad Dahlan Lamongan, Jawa Timur, as a conference co-host, Honorable Rector Universitas Nahdlatul Ulama Sidoarjo, as a conference co-host too, dear Professor Ruswiati Surya Saputra, as a conference chair, dear Associate Professor Dr. Sulaman, and our team international committee, like Associate Professor Amsal, attend here together with us, and also Mrs. Sadia Zulfikar, dear Dr. Priscilla Damayati, MM, MAK, as a Organizing Committee National Indonesia, and our team, dear keynote speakers, like Professor Rohana from University Malaya, also Professor Dr. Ulf Henning Richter, Hong Kong University, and also invite guests, moderator, and all participants of this conference who attend the conference in Jakarta, and also the ones who join this conference online. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah wa syukurillah wa la hawla wa la quwata illa billah. Allahumma sholli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Ladies and gentlemen, all praise and thanks be to Allah, the one true Almighty God, that has given us His blessed help and guidance so that we all can attend this international conference, which conducted collaboratively by IBIK 57 together with Center for Sustainable Research and Consultancy, CRC Pakistan, and other national and international university partner in very good and health condition. We like to say thank you very much to the head of CRC Pakistan and all the supporting team from Indonesia, Malaysia, fellow university partner rector, whom we cannot mention one by one, who have already done their best effort to support, help us to prepare and conduct this conference, either as a speaker, committees, or participant, in which number of people submitted has reached 145 people from Indonesia and also other countries. Let me invite you to applause to the committee has first our target 100 people. Alhamdulillah, for opportunity say just now more than our imagination, 145 people. Thank you also for Professor Abdul Halim Abdul Majid as the international committee. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know, to develop science and technology, international cooperation is needed, with the aim of elevating human dignity and standard by enforcing research and community service network, production scientific external publication in reputable international journal, and proceeding and disseminate the result to international society. Therefore, we are very happy and welcoming this international conference that has relating them the sustainability issue, economic, business, and social science in emerging economic. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very appreciate the theme that is carried out in this occasion. It reminds us toward the issue that are being discussed here that related to the sustainable development goals, the progress of social science that support to recovery after COVID-19 pandemic struck worldwide and it still hasn't completely stopped until now. We all know that this is a complex multifactorial disease that has been decided what the real cause is. Complex challenges, they face need multidiscipline, not only in health issues, but also economic recovery, ones including food security and job opportunities. We know many countries now, many difficulties for job opportunities. So we hope this conference can give some solution to suggest for the society. Ladies and gentlemen, let us keep on holding hands and working together, especially in the field relating to education, research, and community service internationally to bring mutual benefit to all parties, such as joint research, publication, student exchange, and other beneficial programs in other fields. We are really hope by holding this international conference, we can tighten our friendship, thus it will be knowledge transfer media to all scholars and students who are involved specifically to the field relating to the sustainability issues and also sustainable development goals, economic, business, social science in emerging economic for now, and preparation for them to face more complex challenges in the future. We do apologize in advance if there are inconvenient things during your stay here and execution of this international conference. Once again, welcome to this international conference, and I wish you good luck, and may this bring great contribution to societies, and may Allah bless us all. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, we hope to Honorable Minister Youth and Sport Republic of Indonesia, Professor Dr. Zainuddin Amali, MSc, present his keynote speech and open our international conference. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Now we are going to listen inaugural address by the guest of honor, Honorable Mr. Minister of Youth and Sport, Republic of Indonesia, with declaration to open the conference by Professor Dr. Zainuddin Amali, SAMSE. To Professor Zainuddin, time is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, selamat pagi, salam sejahtera buat kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah, wa syukurillah, wa la hawla wa la quwata illa billah. Honorable Professor Dr. Hayat Muhammad Awam, from Center for Sustainability Research and Consulting, Professor Dr. Aswan Yunas, Rektor Institut Bisnis Informatika Kosgoro 1957, dan para hadirin sekalian. To all participants, I would like to thank you for attending and participation in this great event. Alhamdulillah, Pak Rektor, Profesor Haswan Yunas, dapat mengadakan acara ini, dan seluruh hadirin. Tentu saya menyambut baik kegiatan ini, dan mudah-mudahan kegiatan ini akan berlangsung dengan lancar dan akan bermanfaat untuk semua peserta khususnya dan untuk pembangunan di Indonesia khususnya yang berkaitan dengan riset, ekonomi, bisnis, dan social science. Sebagai perguruan tinggi tentu punya tugas untuk melakukan kegiatan-kegiatan atau hal-hal yang seperti ini, yang tercakup dalam Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi, dan IB Kosgoro 1957 sudah melakukan hal yang tepat. Oleh karena itu pemerintah memberikan dukungan dengan sebaik-baiknya, dan atas kehadiran para peserta tentu juga kami apresiasi. Terima kasih Pak Prof. Haswan Yunas. It is an honor for Indonesia to host the 6th International Research Conference in Economic, Business, and Social Science on 8 to 9 March 2023. As a nation, we set out to achieve international excellence in both education and research. Therefore, I strongly encourage every member to actively engage in international conference in order to network and communicate with other research. I know the conference success depends on the supporting organization. Therefore, I appreciate and thank all the members of the organizing committee who have all worked hard to finance and make this conference happen. And finally, by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I officially open the 6th International Research Conference in Economic, Business, and Social Science 8 to 9 March 2023. Thank you and have a wonderful conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih banyak Bapak Menteri Pemuda Olahraga Republik Indonesia yang sudah menyempatkan waktu sibuknya hadir bersama kita. Dan kegiatan konferensi internasional ini. Semoga Bapak Menpora selalu sehat dan tambah dalam pengabdiannya kepada bangsa dan negara. Terima kasih.
Pak Rektor, selamat konferensi dan sukses ya.
Thank you very much for Professor Dr. Zainuddin for your time and insight for us. Also, we would like to thank all the speakers once again who gave remark in these opening sessions. And the next agenda is the MOU signing followed by souvenir distributions and photo sessions. Kindly please, Associate Professor Dr. Haji Fathul Anam from Universitas Nahdlatul Ulama Sidoarjo, Dr. Hajah Mu'ah MM MPD from ITB Ahmad Dahlan Lamongan, and Associate Professor Dr. Haswan Yunas MSI MM from IB 57th, or the representatives to the next table. And for the souvenir distribution and photo session purposes, now is the souvenir distribution agenda. Please, Professor Abdul from TSRC to deliver the souvenir to Professor Ruswiati. After that, followed by Dr. Priscilia. Followed by Associate Professor Haswan. And Professor Rohana. Now, souvenir distribution from IBIC. Please, Associated Professor Haswan to deliver to Professor Abdul. I apologize. Last but not least, this souvenir delivered from Professor Abdul to Professor Ols. And now, the delivery souvenir sessions from EB, from Associated Professor pass one to Professor Abdul from GSRC. Followed by Dr. Hajah Muah MMMPD from ITB Ahmad Dahlan, Lumajang, Lamongan. Followed by Associate Professor Dr. Haji Fathul Anam from Universitas Nahdlatul Ulama Sidoarjo. Sebentar. Mewakili UITM, benar nggak sih? Udah. Online kan ya beliau itu? Nggak usah ya? Now, deliver the souvenir from Universitas Nahdlatul Ulama Sidoarjo to UITM, IB Kosgoro, and CSRC. Followed by delivery souvenir from ITB Lamongan to UITM, IB Kosgoro, and GSRC. Sudah. Now delivery souvenir from Unsida to UITM. Mendadak begini loh. Mendadak. Masih keburu sini. Istirahat sampai jam 11 ya, benar ya berarti. Kontrak sih coba. Enggak sih? Udah jam 11 tuh udah mulai ya. Masih bisa kan? Istirahat dulu. Yang ini dan Now delivery the souvenir from ITB Lamongan to UITM, EBK, and GSRC. And ITB Lamongan to IBK. Yeah. Again, please give big applause for host and co-host. Ladies and gentlemen, you are very welcome to enjoy tea and networking break time. And our agenda will be starts at 11 a.m. to continue the plenary sessions. But before that, kindly please, we are seeking you to take photos together on the stage.
Bapak Ibu dipersilahkan untuk berfoto bersama dulu. Dimohon untuk maju ke depan beserta seluruh speaker dan para pimpinan. Sekali lagi kami mohon kepada seluruh peserta yang berada di ruangan untuk dapat maju ke depan karena akan di take foto atau dokumentasi bersama kegiatan acara hari ini. Terima kasih. Baik, sekali lagi kami himbau kepada seluruh peserta yang berada di ruangan untuk mohon dapat maju ke depan karena sesaat lagi akan kita ambil sesi foto bersama dengan seluruh pemateri hari ini dan seluruh peserta yang hadir. Gimana Mas Awai? Terlihat semua Mas Awai? Ya, saya izin pandu Bapak Ibu. Ya, lebih rapat lagi mungkin. Yang sebelah kanan. Yang sebelah kanan agak geser. Mungkin posisinya miring supaya dapat semuanya ya Bapak Ibu. Jangan, ya. Oh ya. Gimana? Dokumentasi terbawa semuanya? Keambil semuanya? Pakai kamera yang jauh. Udah belum? Ya. Udah dapat? Bu MC sudah merapat Bu MC? Oh, aman ya? Baik. Gimana? Ke bawah semuanya? Mas Awai? Mbak Nuke? Ke bawah semuanya?
Bawah nih, yang pojok. Mepet lagi, terus. Geser terus. Terus. Oke. Dapetin dong. Gaya bebas.
Ya, gaya bebas, free. Oke. Terima kasih Bapak Ibu, selanjutnya dipersilahkan kembali ke tempat duduk masing-masing. Kita adakan break sejenak untuk bisa menikmati coffee break yang sudah panitia sediakan, posisinya ada di belakang atau di selasar venue untuk bisa dinikmati bersama. Silakan Ibu.
Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy tea and networking break time. And our agenda will be start at 11 at the morning to continue the plenary sessions.
menit lagi acara akan dimulai sesuai dengan susunan acara. Kita akan dilanjut dengan agenda berikutnya. Jadi jam 11 tepat acara akan segera kembali dimulai.
Please be reminded that agenda will be start at 11 a.m. to continue the plenary sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, we are seeking all participants to join the second day workshop titled How to Get Published in High Impact Journal at 9 until 11 a.m. Thank you very much.
Baik Bapak Ibu, mohon perhatiannya karena sesaat lagi acara akan dimulai pukul 11 tepat. Mungkin Bapak Ibu yang masih menikmati bisa diambil atau dibawa ke tempat duduknya masing-masing karena selanjutnya akan kita adakan agenda berikutnya adalah plenary session. Baik.
Ladies and gentlemen, please attention. We just held the plenary session. You possible to bring your food, coffee and tea to your table. Ininya dinaik. Ini udah deket banget soalnya. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen. Sekarang aja nih. Langsung aja. Sekali lagi aku ininya. Sekali lagi aku bahasa Indonesianya. Oh, sekarang langsung mulai aja, Mbak. Nanti masih tektokan dulu. Kita akan segera mulai. Nggak mau ngomong. Nggak mau ngomong, kita akan segera mulai. Nggak langsung aja, kita udah mulai nih, mepet soalnya.
Baik Bapak Ibu, acara akan kita lanjutkan kembali, jadi mohon untuk dapat menempati tempat duduknya masing-masing. Karena kita harus masuk kepada agenda berikutnya. Baik, silakan Bu MC.
Ladies and gentlemen, the plenary session just began. And let me introduce our keynote speaker. Our keynote address is Professor Dr. Hana Binti Jani from Center for Development Studies, University of Malaya, Malaysia. And the second keynote is Professor Dr. Ulf Henning Reeser, adjunct professor at HKUST Business School, Hong Kong. The third keynote speaker is Associated Professor Dr. Kaidora Binti Abdul Ghani, Deputy Rector UITM Penang, Malaysia. And the fourth keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Jose Munoz from Fox School of Business, Temple University of United of America. I believe that our very inspiring keynote speaker will share insight in common issues, and they are very useful for future science continuation. Now, please welcome our first keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Rohana. Time is yours. Okay.
Thank you, Madam MC. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam kekeluargaan. Selamat siang ke selamat pagi? Selamat siang. Sebenarnya saya juga adalah keturunan Jawa. Ya. Saya adalah orang, ya, puan-puan dan tuan-tuan ya. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here, Dr. Rohana Jani from University Malaya. Sebenarnya saya sangat gembira saya dapat datang ke Jakarta after
many years. Yeah, maybe I just pull out the microphone. Jadi, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, distinguished speakers, once and foremost, I would like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me to be here. It is really a very privilege for me to be here. Saya akan menggunakan bahasa Inggeris dan juga bahasa Indonesia. Jadi, I think it's a very good opportunity for me here today to share the kind of work that I have done. Research is very, very interesting. I have been telling my young lecturers, when you do research, you have to have a soul. You cannot do research just for the sake of ISI publication, Scopus, index. That is not research. Yeah? Buat research mesti ada jiwa. Kalau tidak ada jiwa, research tidak akan menjadi kemana-mana. Jadi, for today, what I'm going to share with the audience is my work that I've been doing during the pandemic. Okay, during the pandemic, the program is very much on economic strengthening program of deaf community. Tuli ya, di sini dikatakan tuli ya. Deaf community in the midst of the COVID-19, a community-based approach. Okay, jadi before I begin, I just want to go through my team and the collaborators of this research. Then the project relevance. Why is it relevant for us to do this kind of project? Most of the time we do surveys. Now we actually go to the community. If you look at the University Malaya slogan, it says serving the nation, impacting the world. So for this research, what I'm doing is serving the people, impacting the community. Yeah. So in terms of the research itself, this program is an action-oriented and community-based research, generating knowledge through applied collaborative university community partnership. In this context is between University Malaya and Malaysian Federation for the Deaf, which is actually MFD in short. So these are my team. I have a team of ladies. Don't be surprised. Next. Can I have the next slide, please? Yeah. Yeah, my team is all ladies except there's one man. It's very difficult to get male partners to work with us. And I guess I have these ladies and I invited them to join this project, which they thought at the beginning is going to be a very difficult project because we need to deal with the deaf people, and they said, how are we going to communicate with the deaf people? And the collaborators is actually from the Malaysian Federation for the Deaf. Yeah? If we want to work with the community, we have to partner and collaborate with them. If not, then the project is not going to work. Okay? So I have with the collaborators is Executive Director Malaysia Federation for the Deaf, which is Mr. Muhammad Sazali Shari. He himself is actually deaf. And then I have two that work with me. They are the sign language interpreters. Okay. Then what about MFD? What is MFD basically? Malaysian Federation of the Deaf is national level organization with 15 affiliated members consisting of state level deaf people from all over the country. And MFD became the voice of the deaf people in Malaysia in an effort to improve the standard of living and socioeconomic as well as fight for their needs and rights. So this is a very big organization. Yeah? So before I begin looking at the activity that I'm working on, I just want to share in terms of statistics of di sini dipanggil orang kurang upaya ya. Kalau OKU dipanggil apa? Oh, di sini dipanggil orang kelainan upaya, the disabled. Apa terminologinya? Oh, kebatasan. Kalau di Malaysia dipanggil orang kurang upaya. But kurang upaya. Tetapi people like us berupaya, we change become orang kelainan upaya. They are not happy. They said kita tidak ada beda. Bukan kelainan upaya. Kurang upaya. Kurang upaya disebab tidak diberi opportunity untuk berupaya. Itu maksudnya. Ya. Jadi kalau dilihat di sini, the number of PWDs in Malaysia reported to increase every year, and in 2020 we have about 500,000 of PWDs, person with disability, in 2020. So in terms of the hearing impaired, we have about almost 50,000. All right. Then in Malaysia, people with disability is a minority and marginalized. And in terms of definitely in terms of socioeconomic progress. So therefore, that is the reason why, in this context, I choose to work with them, because they are actually affected very much as affecting us, more so for people with disability. And I think sometimes we forgot about them and nobody actually taking care of them. So that is why I'm doing that. So in terms of community issues and challenges, like I said, why do I choose blind people? The deaf people, because deaf group is more discriminated against. This is from the research that I'm working on. When we did interview in terms of discrimination, we thought that the blind people is having difficulty, but the actual fact is the deaf people is actually facing the most discrimination, because when we look at them, sometimes we don't know they are deaf and they cannot communicate with us unless they use sign language. And all of us, many of us, a majority of us, we don't know how to use sign language. So therefore, they are actually being discriminated against. And then the highest education level for this group, actually just high school, SMI, sekolah menengah, yeah. And yeah, so not many actually manage to go to the university, not because they are not clever, because they don't have the opportunity to go to the university. We do have, but many universities, we don't actually have sign language interpreter to help them. So therefore, they still have problems. And the majority of the deaf people is from the low income group, and they are most affected also during the COVID-19. So when I'm looking at this, then I said, what opportunities does the COVID-19 turmoil provide the deaf community? Okay, so what do? I have some programs which is called upskilling programs. Okay, so what we do is we organize programs basically with the objective. Number one is to improve their communication skills. Deaf people, when they read, they have difficulty in understanding even bahasa Melayu, more so bahasa Inggeris. So therefore, they themselves request. When I did this program, I actually have a need analysis and discuss what do you need. And they mentioned to me that we need communication skill in bahasa Melayu. Bukan bahasa Malaysia, ya, bahasa Melayu. So we have a workshop to teach them basic bahasa in terms of communication. Kalau kita berbicara, kita ada yang dipanggil bahasa pasar, ya, bahasa baku dan bahasa pasar. Begitu juga mereka. Bila mereka bahasa baku, mereka tidak faham nak baca bahasa baku. They don't understand the bahasa baku. More so when they communicate, they use bahasa pasar but sign language. Yeah. Then, so what is the opportunity here? We actually expose them with online business. So when I look at the title of this conference is digitalization. So this is the beauty of digital world. Okay, connecting the people like the deaf people. So objective number 2 is increase job opportunities through online business. Objective number 3, increase household income through online business. Then when we do business, I think normal people also, when they do business, they don't know how to manage the money. The bookkeeping is always a problem. Then by the end of the day, I put here sign language classes for some of my colleagues in the team. So we expose them with the sign language. So all in all, what we do is giving them some exposure on issue of online business, because that is the best way for them to adopt, yeah, during the pandemic and now even continue the online business. Next. So what do we start? How do I start? Preliminary meetings with the person in charge, which is Encik Sazali. So every time I have a meeting, in a cafe and everybody is looking at me because why on earth am I talking to these deaf people? It's always something that people will stare at you. People will stare at me by actually staring at them. Okay? So I have to communicate with them and actually work very closely with them. Now, the advantage that I have when they are actually my partners, I don't have to look for sign interpreter. Because when we have programs, the sign interpreter will come. If not, I have to pay like 1 hour about 100 ringgit. If the program is 3 hours, then I have to pay 300 ringgit. So because that is why I mentioned to you that it is important for you to have strategic partners with the community that you work with. Okay. Now, how does this program work? So we start with the workflow. So in this case, we organize. We actually have them to register online. All right. Then we conduct the workshop. Then in terms of the workshop, it's online. The only medium that we can use is actually Zoom. For deaf people, you can only use Zoom. You cannot use Google Meet. You cannot use Team. Zoom because when we communicate with them, the interpreter will be pinned. So the deaf people can actually see how the whatever that's been delivered. So you cannot use any other. I mean, at that point of time. So what kind of programs, what kind of skills do we give them? Number one, okay. So we start with social media and marketing. Okay. So basically, this the exposure to the use of social media such as Facebook and WhatsApp promoting products more effectively. So there's nothing wrong. They are only deaf, but they can use they can use Facebook. They can use WhatsApp. It's just that what we're teaching them how to use the Facebook effectively. Okay. The next in line, what we did with them is we give them basics online business, marketing, and branding. Okay, this is very important in online business. All right. So we expose them to basic concepts of online business and how to start online business. So they want to start, but they don't know how to start. So we give them some basic ideas and knowledge on how to start business. Yeah. Then we go on digital marketing, increasing product visibility through Shopee. Shopee is the best. I mean, for now, I think in Indonesia also Shopee is really, yeah. So for these people, some of them, they already have some products. They are selling sambal. They are selling a lot of things. Now clothes, they have it, but they don't know how to penetrate the market. So we teach them how to do the branding so that they can actually do their own product brand. Okay. So the next thing then like I mentioned to you is you have business. How do you manage the money? Yeah. So hari ini jual, tomorrow you menjual juga, and there's no modal. There's no untung. Yeah. You've been selling for 10 years and then you cannot get rich because you don't know where your money went. Okay. So we give them some basic exposure to in terms of basic financial management and also personal management of money. Yeah. You have to open an account. You cannot use personal account to keep your business money. Then everything will be gone and you don't know whether it's really a business or then you can never actually know how much money you're making. So this is not only true for deaf people, but for this particular situation, we give them this exposure because we need to actually, the language that we use has to be very, very, not to say low level, but it can be understood by them. All right. So in terms of the last one that we give them is, like I mentioned to you, is language and communication skill. This workshop to enhance their skill communication with people like us. We cannot say we are normal people. We are not normal. We always say that we are normal. They are abnormal. They are abnormal. Actually, they don't like it. They said we are also normal. All right. So that kind of communication. Now, the next one that I want to show you is what is the project outcome out of this. Okay. So during the process of recruitment, what I did, basically my background is I'm a statistician. I teach statistics and math and data analysis. So research like this, well, even though it is a community-based research, we still can collect data. So during the pre-registration, they will have to register online. So sometimes you start thinking, is it easy? Is it difficult? But they do it. So from that, we managed to get an empirical data in terms of their profile. Male, female, in terms of the business, what kind of business do they do? When they do business, how do they sell their products? So from there, we are able to get some ideas. And then in terms of modal, it's always about modal, capital, yeah? So they use their own money. Majority of them use their own money. Okay? So statistics people, we cannot run away from figures. This is what I do. I have to have this kind of profiling. Okay, because sometimes people wonder, I see so many young young students here, yeah? So nowadays, you can actually do Google form and all that, then you can actually analyze your data. All right? So next. So these are some output, some empirical output that I gained from the research, which can be produced as publication. It's no issue. So because sometimes people ask me, Dr. Rana, community-based research, can we actually publish? You have to actually combine between the activities and the data collection itself, then you can actually publish. And definitely you can go. University Malaya is always looking for ISI and Scopus. Nothing less, that's the thing. Okay, next. Okay, just jump. These are some of the data that are collected. Next. Okay, I'm just gonna stop here for a while. Okay, when I started doing this, planning this program, it was supposed to be face-to-face. I live in Kuala Lumpur. So therefore, the focus, when I discussed with Encik Sazali, I told him, okay, it's Klang Valley. It's just area Kuala Lumpur. But the pandemic happened. So I have no issue, because when we blast, you can see the coverage is all over Malaysia. The planning was Kuala Lumpur. Now because of digitalization, so I managed to get participants from all over Malaysia, including Sabah and Sarawak. So the coverage is much, much bigger. Okay, so that is the beauty of this program. So in terms of the project community output, yeah, what is it basically? So by the end of the day, what we want is the economic strengthening program is intended to benefit the deaf community and to improve their livelihood as well as well-being in facing economic and social challenges during the COVID-19 pandemic crisis. So that is the whole idea, so that they can get some income. Because some of them, before COVID, they're already selling. But then they stop because they don't know what to do. So with this, at least they can continue. Yeah. So in terms of the output, because we always have academic output, we cannot run away from academic output. So these are some of the things that were produced: is module, journal article, policy brief. So these are, and now in the midst of preparing a handbook on guideline on online business using sign language. So that is one of the product of the projects. Yeah. Okay. Next. So in terms of the impact, yeah, I'm just running through the impact in line with the objective. Is basically improve communication skills, increase knowledge of online business, increase monthly income, because that is the impact. So just now, I think Prof. Ali mentioned about the research now is talking about impact rather than just output. There's a difference, yeah? Output is the articles. The impact is what do we do? What is the gain to the community? So that is what it is. All right, so we have the economic impact in terms of empowering deaf community through entrepreneurship. Next. Okay, it's talking about online business is hoping that they become an entrepreneur, supporting social mobility of the target group. When we talk about earning more money, so we're talking about moving in terms of their social mobility. Then we talk about produce deaf macro entrepreneur. Yeah, more of that. And then generating household income and enhance social mobility. So by the end of the day, if they have money, then what happened to them? They can actually have better livelihood and they can lead a better life. Okay. So next. So I would like to conclude. In conclusion, the project is designed along the line of issues and problems and the needs of the project as an intervention. It's just an intervention, not a solution. Yeah, intervention program to the target group, which is the deaf community. Now, this is nothing about us without us. Is actually the what do you call it? Their tagline. What does it mean? Nothing about us without us. So meaning that if you want to do any program for them, you have to include them. You cannot just do programs and tell them this is your program. They will not accept. So that is why we have discussion with them before we start the program. Okay. So way forward, what is my plan? Basically, to organize physical classes. What we gave them is just the theory. So I'm thinking about getting about maybe some grants to get about 10 deaf people, teach them how to do bakery. Because we do in Malaysia, we have an institution that train deaf people, blind people. I'm surprised that they also teach blind people to do bakery. Sometimes you wonder. Yeah? But that is my, then to replicate. This is a program that we can replicate with any group. Okay? To replicate target group like single mother and youth. Yeah? So I think with that, I end my session. And if there's any questions or anyone want me to elaborate, then I'm very happy to answer. Yeah. I just want to share a very short clip speech by Mr. Sazali, just thanking us for organizing such program for them. Boleh tak? Buka sekejap. Possible? Bisa? Just a very short clip. Volume. Belum. This is Encik Sazali, he's the president.
Program ini merupakan projek pertama kehadrat ilahi kerana dapat kita bersama-sama menyertai sesi pada hari ini. Dan program ini merupakan projek pertama atas usaha sama di antara pihak MFD dan juga pihak UM. Dan satu yang perlu juga diingati oleh kita semua bahawa waktu ini sememangnya masa PKP. Memang kita agak sukar untuk bergerak ke sana kemari. Jadi kita juga perlu meneruskan tugasan tanggungjawab kita untuk memperolehi pendapatan dan juga untuk menyara keluarga, untuk mengelakkan juga kesukaran dalam kehidupan. Jadi sebab itulah kita mengambil peluang ini untuk mengadakan program ini seperti ini khususnya untuk warga pekak, agar ada ruang dan peluang untuk mempelajari ilmu pengetahuan bagaimana melaksanakan bisnes secara online. Dan pihak kami sememangnya berterima kasih kepada Prof. Rohana dan tim kerana ini merupakan satu program kesedaran di mana kita menggalakkan warga pekak untuk melaksanakan perniagaan secara online. Dan tapi bagaimana cara untuk mempertingkatkan lagi, untuk memperbaiki lagi dan juga menambah ilmu pengetahuan dalam bidang ini, ini adalah satu perkara yang perlu kita atasi. Jadi saya pun tak berniat untuk bercakap lebih panjang lagi, dan saya ringkaskan setakat ini untuk memberi peluang kepada terutamanya kepada Prof. Dr. Rohana untuk meneruskan sesi kita, dan saya juga sekali lagi mengambil kesempatan ini untuk mengucapkan jutaan terima kasih kerana atas usaha Prof. Dr. Rohana kita memulakan program pada hari ini. Jadi terima kasih sekali lagi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala.
Kita dapat
Assalamualaikum.
So I think with that, I end my session. Thank you very much for the attention and thank you for this opportunity. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you very much, Prof. Rohana, for the very interesting presentation. Again, please give her big applause for the very unique research. Thank you very much. Now, please welcome our second keynote speaker, Prof. Dr. Ulf. Time is yours.
So, good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure. I came all the way from Hong Kong to talk about carbon markets and opportunities for Indonesia today. I hope you can see it. I'm not quite sure. Otherwise, you have to listen very carefully to what I say. So, I'm based in Hong Kong. I'm originally from Germany. I focus mainly on sustainability and ESG these days. I think it's a very important topic, in particular in this particular region. Paris agreements were signed in 2016, but really came into force and ratified in 2021. And ever since, carbon markets have essentially become a real thing. Before that, Kyoto protocols established the idea of a carbon credit, of emission trading. Emission trading systems have been used around the world for a while, in particular in Europe. China also experimented with it, California did, but since 2021, it's real. Now, next slide, please. Oh, not quite sure if you see my slides. Oh, this is, oh, I think this is, I'm sorry, you're putting up my quotes, not my presentation. Anyways, in that case, I'll do a speech. That's okay too. So today I work, on the one hand side, I teach on carbon markets, I teach on carbon economics, and at the same time, I teach at the university on, in particular, on sustainability issues. Okay, it's not my presentation, but don't worry. It's not a problem, don't worry. So the key issue today is that we're trying to establish a global system of emission trading. And the markets in 2021, to give you an idea, are you familiar with what a carbon credit is? Should I establish that very quickly? So a carbon credit is essentially the removal of or avoidance of putting 1 metric ton of CO2 into the air. So let's put it this way. Since the 50s, since the 60s, we know something's wrong, right? The growth of the way how we've been establishing our supply chains and the way how we've been building our markets was essentially a linear system. And when the different governments around the world came together, put up Paris agreements, it became real for a lot of players around the world. So right now, you have a lot of major companies that had to, well, okay, give me 1 minute, 2 seconds. Essentially what you can see right now, and we in Hong Kong, we're also very new to this. We have carbon markets since October 28th. They were announced to the global public. So a system that was essentially originally set up by the United Nations, by the Kyoto protocols, is now becoming a global system. So governments around the world are working on emission trading systems. I know here in Indonesia it's also being discussed, and the first moves have been made. But the key problem remains, how do you actually, what kind of method do you use and what kind of technology in order to remove, or first of all, remove remove CO2 and all other greenhouse gases from the atmosphere, and second, how do you incentivize different players? So we are essentially in stage 3. Stage 1 was when scientists, tree huggers from around the world, they would say, okay, something's wrong, right? You have a lot of academic studies, you're all academics, you know how this works. Second stage was that essentially multilateral organizations put up frameworks, and now it's institutionalizing. And capital markets around the world are trying to get their heads around right now, what does that mean? How do you put capital into that sector? So just to give you a couple of numbers and to give you a couple of ideas, the carbon markets, so emission trading, last year was a $900 billion market in Europe alone. 900 billion. The prediction is that now that it's globalizing, until 2030, this will become a $5 to $6 trillion market. Some people who are very, very ambitious about this say even it's going to be a $10 trillion market. Essentially what's happening is it's the latest new commodity, which is going to be bigger than oil and gas, right? So it's going to be the #1 most traded commodity around the world. Now the problem arises, what is that commodity in the first place? What's a carbon credit? And first of all, how do you create it? How do you then, what's the market like? So essentially what you can see right now is a bit like 5-6 years ago when crypto became a thing, and it was pretty Wild West. So everyone is struggling a bit with what's a carbon credit? Who are the market players? How can I make money from this? But to give you an idea, in 2021, in January, before the Paris agreements were ratified, you could get a carbon credit for $3. At the end of a year, it was worth $90. That's a 30x. So it was the best performing asset class in 2021. Now, we are on our side, when I say we, I'm part of a group of people that are trying to establish essentially what we could call an environmental asset. So a lot of talk is there about digital asset, but put environment back into capital markets. Hong Kong is #3 capital market in the world until today. A lot of people talk about Singapore these days. We were a bit shut down for a while, 3 years to be clear. But the reality is, if you want to do anything about climate change and climate mitigation, Asia is the place to be. I'll give you a very simple figure. I happen to be German, and our largest retailer, which is the largest retailer of Europe, Lidl, they have 70% to 80% out of their supply chain coming from Asia and 70% from China alone. Now these are shifting, and a lot is shifting to Indonesia. So I was specifically asked to talk about Indonesia today. I can give you another example. One of my students actually from H&M, right, the textile company, and they have lots of factories here. And he was telling me, look, we are producing textiles in Indonesia. We're selling them to European consumers. We're trying to be carbon neutral, and but the reality is the energy mix in Indonesia is mainly coal. So what we are selling is a coal sweatshirt or coal t-shirt to our European consumers, telling them we're doing everything about climate mitigation. It's not the case, right? Now, many developing countries were saying, yes, that's all true, but didn't you Western countries essentially move all your supply chains to Asia? First China, then Southeast Asia, now they're even moving into Africa. Also true. So there has been this very big call last year, COP27 in Egypt, about damage and loss. We didn't cause all this problem, right? Now, coming back to carbon markets are a niche in this much larger discussion on decarbonization. How should it be done? How should it be executed? And who should pay for this? But the reality at the same time is it's a very nice tool that right now has been designed and is now becoming much more popular to move capital into particular opportunities and markets to essentially accelerate the decarbonization process. Now, a couple of discussions that I'm very fond on and which I think are very relevant here to Indonesia. Number one, you have to understand one thing first. There's something called the compliance market and the voluntary market. The compliance market, essentially government saying, you company in Germany, Lidl or Volkswagen, you're a big industrial, you have a big supply chain, you have to decarbonize and figure out how you do that. You can do that in Germany or you can do that in China, for instance, because Volkswagen has a very large manufacturing activity in China. Now, you can also think about, I know you have a very big project in Batam, no, the green economic zone, I understand, where a lot of companies are supposed to produce batteries and electrical vehicles in the future. So that can be, of course, be counted as Indonesia's contribution to the Paris agreements and the decarbonization of the world. Now, carbon credits itself, the majority of it come from either energy efficiency or energy carbon removal projects, and then also from nature-based solution where you can look at something like forests or even blue carbon. No, Indonesia has a lot of coastline, so anything that would put carbon back into, keep it where it is, so that would be a forest, or put it back into some kind of, put it back into the ground, put it back into the sea, no? And so the reality, though, is that until today, this is a very niche and very complicated environment. Now, but to give you an idea what's happening, the voluntary market right now, last year was about 2 billion in total size, but it's estimated to go up to 100 billion by 2030. Now, why is this the case? And why is this relevant to Indonesia? Why is this the case? Number one, simple. A lot of governments have said to the companies, decarbonize. The companies, like the HMM that produce here, they say, look, this is all very nice, but we are not going to build any energy infrastructure in Indonesia. It's not our goal. We are not the government. So what are they doing? They're offsetting. Offsetting comes from carbon credits. So a lot of companies say, look, if we want to comply with European and US regulation, we have to by default, we have to offset. Now, another discussion is, how do you offset? Could you offset, can you do a global trade? Because of course, CO2 removal is a global thing. Or you could say, I do it on a regional or on a local basis. And that's where it's getting interesting, because if Indonesia being a growing country, and also willing to attract more industry to Indonesia, you may want to have also more ways to give, to allow these companies to say, look, we do it in a carbon neutral way. Ideally, even you remove carbon. Now that's a more sophisticated discussion, but the point here being that many companies are really trying to understand. It's very confusing to them. Where do I get my emission reductions from? Is this going to be do I protect the forest? Do I finance a renewable energy project? So some of my colleagues, for instance, they provide grants, including here in Indonesia, where they say, look, if you have a factory and you're producing, for instance, textiles or something that will eventually be used in textiles, we are willing to help you to put solar panels, no? Or to change the energy mix, given that energy mix is one of the key problems to address. They may also say, look, we know that Indonesia has, of course, been It has beautiful environment, but it also has been losing a lot of it because it's been replacing it with, for instance, palm oil plantations or other activities. So we're willing to help you to rebuild that, and you get a carbon credit for that. So there's a whole new logic emerging, and big markets like Hong Kong, like Singapore, London, and then also in Europe, in the US, they're trying to capitalize on this. To give you an idea, you're all familiar with Tesla. I understand Tesla is moving to Indonesia. Tesla was one of the biggest beneficiaries of the carbon credit program in California, cap and trade system. So how did it work? Essentially, Tesla applied for it and proposed its energy efficiency, essentially because it's an electrical vehicle, to the system, and then traded the allowances or the energy efficiency, the credits that are received with other major car companies like Chrysler and Ford. So now, if you want to plug a country like Indonesia in this kind of a system, and believe me, a lot of countries right now are thinking about how this can be executed on. You may have a nature resource, you may have a lot of sun. So in African countries, a lot of people say, why don't we do solar power? Much more than we are doing right now. We could even supply Europe. Europe right now having all these political problems, of course, and so the reality is that that discussion at this very point is not clear whatsoever. The major buyers, if you talk about carbon credits right now, are oil and gas companies, but you also have big tech companies that are all saying we want to be carbon neutral. So you can look at it from a supply side. So you build a carbon credit from a forest, you build a carbon credit from something else, or you go from the buy side and you say who needs this. So I'll give you an example. Big tech companies in the United States, like Stripe, they're now offering to offset your payments automatically with carbon credits. The carbon credits have to come from somewhere. So a lot of big players right now are saying, okay, if we're talking about those dimensions, we need billions and billions of carbon credits. Reason why the voluntary carbon credits right now, the predictions are they're going to skyrocket, because there's simply not enough. Right now, there's not enough ideas how to actually do it. So at the moment, myself, I do a lot of speeches on people start thinking, have some ideas. This is a beautiful opportunity for many people. You can, what we are witnessing is essentially we're trying to put back, we're trying to put environment back into our economic systems. So the famous externalities now in economics, we're trying to figure out how do we price it, and how do we build a market mechanism, ideally a digital one, where you can trade between different markets. So China at the moment is building its own domestic system and still really early stage, but just to give you an idea what the reality is, I'm going to do a speech next week for Bloomberg on how to build projects. Because the problem that Hong Kong has right now, there's a lot of capital but no projects. So there's simply not, again, what is a carbon credit in the first place? Today, if you want to, if you're interested in that field, or if you're interested in what could be the future, you can, on the one hand side, you can look at a lot of what the regulatory environment looks like. So the United States just put out a proposal for a public greenhouse gas inventory, which would essentially tell you what can be used for a carbon reduction, a greenhouse gas reduction. So that would be a carbon credit. At the same time, you do have a lot of private organizations around the world that go out and build projects that are verified by third parties, mainly from Europe and from the United States. So my prediction is, maybe one final comment on this, the key driver right now for this is regulation. And one of the key regulation that is being put in place right now and started this year is the European carbon border tax. The European carbon border tax essentially means that if you want to trade with Europe, and that includes your factory here in Indonesia, you do have to, when you import into Europe, you will pay a tax if it is, for instance, and which is the case, the majority of the energy is from coal. Now, who is going to be paying this tax is not necessarily an Indonesian entity. That can be the H&M that sources from here and then imports into Europe. But the H&M may at the same time say, well, we want to find a local way to offset so we don't have to pay that tax. In Singapore now, they're looking into, you can essentially, if you have carbon credits, you can offset your taxation, your tax. So there's a whole, also the whole financial system is redesigned in order to put carbon into the financing mechanisms, bonds, green loans, etc., and then also the way how you trade. No? So you trade through platforms. Hong Kong Stock Exchange now has the voluntary carbon markets, Singapore as well. But at the same time, you have all kinds of, sometimes a bit murky, direct mechanism where, for instance, the oil and gas company may say, well, we want to get oil and gas from Papua New Guinea, and we want to be, but we are being accounted for, like Exxon, for instance, in the United States. So we need to report in our ESG report on how do we address this. So what they are looking for is simple versions where they can essentially, it's an OTC type of situation, right? You essentially go to the company, and so anyways, to sum this a little bit up, yeah, I don't want to bore you too long with this. I had a beautiful presentation, but it's okay. I didn't make that very clear. Anyone interested, yeah, please contact me afterwards. I'm happy to share my presentation. But the key point I want to make is Indonesia has a couple of really important aspects that could make it a very important player in the carbon markets. Number one, it has the third largest tropical rainforest. And one of the key focus areas this year has actually been forestry. So how to protect, in particular, the Amazon rainforest. Bolsonaro government burned it essentially down, a lot of it. Then second, well, the second is Congo, and then you have Indonesia. So that is number one. Number two is, most people actually argue forestry is not, it's a low-hanging fruit, but the key area that we have to address is how do we use our oceans to capture carbon and put it into the ocean sinks, right? So essentially into soils. That's where most carbon is actually being stored right now. And then third, technical solutions. A lot of oil and gas companies right now are experimenting with CCUS, carbon capture and underground storage. So basically put it back in. You have also some solutions where you have factories in Iceland. If you ever visit Iceland, yeah, maybe you have a look. It's quite interesting. So how do you scale the removal from carbon in an industrial solution? Because even if we would plant forests all over the United States, that would not be enough to even offset what is happening in China alone. And of course, there's some very big countries, including Indonesia, including India, African countries that are coming, they're developing, so there will be much more emissions. So we need other solutions. So to sum up, because we have committed, we're now in the process of institutionalizing and also conceptualizing. A lot of the methodologies that have been developed over time, they were not developed for the scale of that program. And we're not yet there to understand really how do we do that. So one final comment on this. One of my colleagues says, look, all the money that we need, we should essentially put it into machines that blow CO2 into space. And he's actually serious about this. It's not my solution, but Elon Musk would probably agree. Space is the solution. Anyways, thank you very much for listening, and I hope it was interesting.
Thank you very much, sir. Please give applause. I apologize for inconvenient causes.
I'm happy to do a free speech. That's okay
But
too.
we've already got the insight very clearly about the Hong Kong supply chains, and then who is the player and the market, correct? Please. Okay, is there any? Thank you very much, sir. Okay. Now, please welcome our third keynote speaker, Associated Professor Dr. K. Kindly please, the committee help to play the videos.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Assalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good day everyone. Thank you, Chairperson. Apa khabar Jakarta? Hope all of you doing great and always being blessed by Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Inshallah, today I would like to present a little information about building information modeling and its challenges for the Malaysian construction business. Hope this presentation finds you well and give benefit to all, inshallah. This is the content of my presentation for today. I will explain to you about BIM until the benefit of BIM, challenges, the implementation strategies, and then I will conclude my presentation. Building information modeling, or BIM, is a digital process that allows the creation and management of a detailed 3D model of a building or structure. BIM has been adopted by the construction industry as a way to improve the collaboration, to reduce costs, and increase efficiency throughout the construction process. The construction industry involved in the BIM implementation is mostly the architecture, engineering, and construction industry. And according to Tayyip et al. In 2022, the last few decades have seen an exponential growth in the industrial revolution. At present, many developing countries are trying to adapt themselves to the current trend of Industry 4.0, and this also includes Malaysia. Despite that, there is a lack of attention given to its application in the construction sector, especially for the small and medium-sized enterprise, or we call it as the SMEs. It means that BIM has also influenced the business of construction sector at all levels with different impact. BIM has become increasingly popular in Malaysia's construction industry due to the ability to improve the collaboration between many parties in the construction player, reduce costs, and increase efficiency throughout the construction process. The Malaysian government has encouraged the adoption of BIM through various initiatives, including the Construction Industry Transformation Plan and the digitalization of the construction industry policy. And the government has set a target of 50% of construction projects to use BIM by 2020. As Malaysia moving forward construction 4.0, many projects are still adopting the conventional approach. Moreover, the implementation of BIM is still in the preliminary stage and the number of adopters are still low. This is according to Construction 4.0 strategic plan, which is carried out by the Construction Industry Development Board for 2021 up to 2025. And for your information, Malaysia is ranked 26 over 63 for unique purpose of construction charts and graphics of world economics. One of the benefits of BIM in the Malaysian construction industry is that it allows for better collaboration and communication among stakeholders, including architects, engineers, contractors, and clients. The building information modeling enables stakeholders to share real-time data, which can help to reduce errors and improve project outcomes. From a study done by Roslan in 2019, profession is the biggest user of BIM. There are 5 elements of BIM, which are the information, people, policies, processes, technologies, which drive the implementation of BIM in Malaysia. Okay? Therefore, the objective of this study to describe the benefit of building information modeling BIM and its challenges to the Malaysian construction business. One of the key benefits of BIM in Malaysia is its ability to improve collaboration and communication among stakeholders, as I mentioned before. Okay, as you know, the construction industry involve many parties in the supply chain. However, BIM allows for the sharing of real-time data, which can help to reduce errors and improve project outcome. Furthermore, BIM can also help to reduce costs and improve efficiency throughout the construction process, which can ensure the quality of the project. BIM also help to improve efficiency throughout the construction process, besides allow the simulation and testing of various design options before the construction begins, which can help to identify potential problems and reduce the need for expensive rework. Hence, the adoption of BIM in Malaysia has also presented some challenges. From my review, challenges of BIM can be categorized in 4, which are the technical challenges, skill and training challenges, legal procedural challenges, and economy challenges. Despite these challenges, the adoption of BIM in Malaysia is expected to continue to grow. This would overcome the challenges associated with its implementation. From the technical aspect of the challenges of BIM software must be able to communicate effectively with other software used in the construction industry, such as CAD software, CAD software, project management software, and scheduling software. So interoperability issues can cause delays and also increase the cost. Another one, the main challenges is the need for skilled professionals who are trained in the use of BIM software. So the user must be familiar with the BIM, and currently there is a shortage of BIM professionals in Malaysia, which can make it difficult for construction companies to adopt BIM. Another challenge is the need for standardization of BIM software and licensing issues. The use of BIM with different software by different stakeholders in the construction industry can create compatibility issues, complicated to use, and hinder effective collaboration. Despite the benefits, the adoption of BIM in Malaysia construction industry, one of the challenges is the need for the skilled professional who are trained in the use of BIM software, and some stakeholders in the construction industry may be resistant to change and may be hesitant to adopt BIM, due to the complexity of the software, and this can create challenges in terms of collaboration and communication. So, learning how to use BIM software can be challenging, particularly for those who are used to traditional construction methods. It may take time to get used to the new process and technologies associated with BIM. From the legal procedure challenges of BIM, the use of BIM can raise legal and contractual issues, particularly around intellectual property and liability. Therefore, there is a need for standardization in BIM contracts and legal framework to ensure its effective use. From the economic challenges of BIM requires significant investment in the software, hardware, and also the training. Small construction firms may not have the resources to invest in BIM, which can put them at a disadvantage when competing for projects. BIM generates a significant amount of data, which must be managed effectively to ensure its accuracy and usefulness. This can be difficult, particularly for large construction projects with multiple stakeholders. However, there are few strategies that need to be taken up by the government or agency or authority to ensure the implementation of the BIM is in a good pace. There must be BIM implementation guideline, the establishment of standard code of practice, and also full BIM implementation for government and private projects, the enhancement of BIM promotion and awareness. Also, the government or the authority must provide sufficient support to all subject matter experts and adequate BIM training and seminar for the users. In conclusion, the adoption of BIM in Malaysia's construction industry is expected to continue to grow. However, to fully realize the benefits of BIM, there is a need for more skilled professional and greater standardization and interoperability of BIM software. The industry player must adapt to the new technology and change their mindset so that the BIM can be fully implemented in Malaysia. I really hope that you enjoy my simple sharing and give benefit to all who are listening to my presentation. Hope to see you again in future conference and bring further our synergy into other aspect and field as well. Feel free to contact me or scan the QR code to see my research profile. Therefore, I end my presentation with Wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. K. And the last but not least, please welcome our fourth keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Jose Munoz. Time is yours. Kindly please come to help to connect to him.
Yes, can you see my slide presentation?
Yes,
or
very
no?
clear.
Oh, so the slides are showing?
Yeah.
Great. Well, it is, first of all, it is my distinct pleasure and honor to be addressing you today. I'm going to take a slightly different approach in that, well, first, before we get started, I want to say thanks, as everybody else has said, but in the interest of time, I am honoring and thanking and giving appreciation to everybody on the list, plus participants, delegates, speakers, panelists, dignitaries, and anybody else that I might have forgotten. But in the interest of time, I hope you will accept my apologies for not having named you individually. Like I said, I'm going to take a slightly different view in my presentation today. We had three excellent prior keynote speakers that talked about their specific research interests. I want to elevate a little bit and take the macro view because it seems to me that we are more at a crossroads of where are we going in 2023 and beyond. So as we look at that, I want to be able to talk about factors that could impact our our global economic picture as well as the impacts it could have on us as academics or in academia. So the outline of my presentation is going to be a brief introduction. We're going to set the stage by looking at some forecasts, economic forecasts, both global, regional, and local. Then we're going to look at what I see are three problems. Two of them are near term, and that's inflation and conflicts and global unrest. And the third is an intermediate term problem, and that's the entire question, was alluded to, or excuse me, referred to by Professor Dr. Richter. I'm going to talk a little bit about the electric vehicles and the environment, because there are some issues that I see coming up. So with that, let's just move in. Here's my presentation. I think the slides will be made available to you. So I'm not going to go through all of that. We don't have the time for it. And after 4 keynote speeches, all this would do is put you to sleep. The only thing that I want you to be aware of is that I love the part of the world in which you're located. In my business career and my educational career, I have made over 50 trips to Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, Singapore. Indonesia alone, I've made 42 trips. Malaysia, I think it's around 7 or 8 trips. But anyway, let's take a look. Let's just keep moving here. We've all seen economic forecasts for 2023. There are people much smarter than I am that prepared these projections, and they're done at the global level. They're done for all the major countries. And I have added Indonesia, Malaysia, and Pakistan, since this is the region of particular interest. And so I am not qualified to come up with my own. What I want to look at is just two factors that everybody projects out: GDP and inflation. On a global perspective, we're looking at GDP. Most consensus is GDP globally is going to grow just under 3%. Inflation is going to be 6.6%. And if you notice, every country is negative comparing GDP to inflation, with the exception of China, India, Japan, just barely, Indonesia, and Malaysia. Think about it. If we grow by 3%, but prices and our cost of living through inflation goes up by 6.6%, we've actually lost ground. So that kind of sets the stage. You can read, the comments that I added here. The U.S. is expected to recover more quickly. The forecasts now are that interest rates will be lowered in Q4 2023, whereas in the EU and Europe as a whole, the recession will be deeper than that felt in the US, but interest rates won't come down until at least Q1 of 24. India probably has the strongest economy forecasted for all of the majors, but notice 6.1 GDP, over 5% inflation. The trouble spot in all of this is Pakistan, which is showing inflation of about 33 to 35% in the first 6 months of this year, tapering off in the last 6 months for an average inflation rate of 30%. That is clearly a problem, a financial economic crisis for Pakistan, and those levels are not sustainable. So that kind of sets the stage then. And now let's start looking at the problems as identified. The first was inflation. I call inflation the silent killer. Here in the US, we always refer to heart disease as the silent killer because we don't know, most of the times we don't know we have it until we get till we have the heart attack or the stroke. Well, I call inflation the silent killer for economies because it erodes all the gains that we make in GDP. If we look at the IMF, these are IMF global inflation rates, 2018 all the way through 2020, the COVID years, we're at 1.9. All of a sudden, inflation, as we're starting to move out of the COVID years, inflation has gone crazy for, again, these are the global numbers. So some countries are even much higher than this. 4.7, 8.8 last year, only coming down to 6.6 this year, and still in 2024 full year IMF inflation forecast is 4.3%, which says it's twice what it was 5 years ago. These are problems. So what does this have to do with us as academics in the academic world? Well, first, inflation is going to eat away at enrollments. It's going to eat away at budgets. It's going to put the academic world under much greater economic pressure than it has ever been before. And then I don't have to tell you, but we all know that universities are probably not the best run organizations from a business standpoint. And there are plenty of good reasons for it, but that is just a fact. And so now you take inefficiently run organizations like universities, you pile on top of this now 4 years of extremely high global inflation, and you see that the type of pressure that this is going to put us under. And in the past, we used to look and say, well, that's no problem. We'll do what we always do in the university system. Next year, we will raise tuition. Well, now, if you try to raise tuition in this high inflation environment, there is a quid pro quo in drop in enrollments, especially as the boomer generations, the baby boomers, they're not, those younger generations are, the ones coming behind us are not as populous as the boomer generation. So we can't make it up just on sheer population growth. So that was the first one, inflation. That's going to definitely have an impact. The second, what I call the ticking clock, and that's conflicts and global unrest. Anywhere you look in the world today, you cannot find an area of peace or tranquility. We start globally being dominated by the US-China tensions, the refugee humanitarian crises everywhere where people are being displaced, not by the tens, not by the hundreds, but by the thousands and even the millions. In Europe, we have the Russia-Ukraine war. Today, it's kind of sitting at a stalemate, but that has the real ability to, in an instant, become a global conflict. You look at the Middle East, Asia, Africa, the Americas. Like I said, everywhere you look, we have these kinds of civil unrest or conflicts or issues, and all of these are going to have an impact, again, on what we do as universities. Our goal is always to educate more people. Well, you take inflation, you take you take the inability of people to travel to get to university because of conflict somewhere, and now we have two negative impacts on enrollments, and in the past, enrollments are what have saved universities. There's an organization called the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists, and what they do is they track they call it the ticking clock to midnight. Midnight being when the world just explodes or implodes into the next global conflict. In the year 2000, it was at 9 minutes to midnight. Based on the events primarily in Europe with Russia and Ukraine, the clock is now at 90 seconds to midnight. So a minute and a half to midnight, the worst it's ever been since they started maintaining this clock in the mid 1940s. Okay, my final issue, and I'm trying to be respectful here of our time. In the final issue here is everybody loves electric vehicles. You can't go anywhere. Elon Musk, the e-vehicle industry, the EV industry, everywhere. I have a question that I don't believe is being talked about enough. I am concerned that this could be our next ecological nightmare. And let's just take a look at one of the key components in the batteries for the e-car, and that's cobalt. The other's lithium, but primarily cobalt. We look at cobalt mining and the global production in metric tons in 2021. The DRC, Democratic Republic of the Congo, was 120,000 metric tons. Countries number 2 through number 8 combined are 25,000. What it says is if you want to make an EV and you want the battery for that EV, 80% chance you're going to be buying cobalt from the DRC, which has one of the worst mining records. And it is documented. These aren't my statistics. You can look them up. Alleged slavery, child labor, unsafe mining practices, stripping down of the environment and the rainforests that were referred to earlier. The cobalt refining, so that's the mining part of it. Where does it go? Well, 72% of all the world's cobalt is refined in China. And again, I'm not trying to get political. I just look at facts. I'm a businessman first who became a full-time educator. So I look at the facts, and the facts are that China's refining industry, its manufacturing and refining industry, do not operate at the same levels as the Europeans or the United States. So now we have a problematic mining, problematic refining, and now let's look at what's happening to e-cars. 2 million sold in 2020. That number is projected to grow to 73 million by 2040. And 50% of all vehicle sales will be electric cars by 2035. So here are the issues that I see nobody discussing, because the environmentalists have fallen in love with the electric vehicles, and they're not going to let anything get in the way of us driving electric vehicles, because the environmental community, by and large, hates the fossil fuel industry, and that includes petroleum, oil and gas, and coal. 4 issues that are going to, I believe, if we don't do something here to wake up, we're going to have our next ecological nightmare, and that's the combination of the mining, the refining, the disposal of all of these batteries once they start dying down in these e-cars, and the increased coal use. What do I mean by increased coal use? Well, every country in the world has electricity blackouts now. It happens in every country in Europe. It happens in the US. It happens in every country. And that's with us only selling 2 million electric cars. All of a sudden, we are going to 36 times the sale of electric vehicles. The only way we can produce enough electricity is we're going to have to increase our coal use, which of all of the producers of electricity is the most eco-damaging. You add that to the mining, you add that to the refining, you add that to the battery disposal issues, and I contend that the environmentalists, when they
Excuse me,
look
sir.
at the, yeah,
Time's up. Yes, actually. 1 minute left.
okay, I'm just about done. All I say is when you combine all of those together, what you have is the carbon footprint of an electric vehicle has the real possibility from start to finish being more damaging than fossil fuel vehicles. And so with that, I will say, I hope I've given you some food for thought. Terima kasih, thank you very much, and enjoy the rest
Thank
of the
you very
conference.
much. Please, again, big applause for Prophet Jose. So now, ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is the session we were waiting for, the panel sessions. We welcome to our moderator who will guide the sessions, Associated Professor Dr. Amsal Shahban. The time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much. Okay. I hope for Prof. Halim, please sit in front of the stage, and Prof. Nur Siddiq also stay in front of the stage. So we'll giving the warm welcome to them, and also to Dr. Masita Novianti, please just sit up on the stage. And 1, 2, 3. And also we have the online presenter, online speaker, who is Dr. Samsul Anas bin Kasim. Is he around? Dr. Samsul Anas bin Kasim for online presenter. Can you hear us, please? All right.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh, and very good day to all participants in Jakarta, Indonesia.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to
Today,
Dr.
I just want as a guest speaker, thank you for the committee to invite me as guest speaker in this very extreme conference on economic business and social sciences Indonesia chapter. Okay, my topic is digitalization of sustainable business practices. Malaysian and Asian views, problems, possible resolutions, and impact on customers and society in emerging economies. The content of my presentation: number 1, introduction of digitalization; second, Malaysian and Asian views of digitalization; problems, issues of digitalization; opportunities for digitalization of sustainable business; challenges of digitalization.
Okay, Doctor, please. Hello.
Potential solution or remedies for digitalization of sustainable; impact on customer and society towards digitalization of sustainable. Introduction of digitalization. First, regarding about digital technology.
Okay, first we just hear his
Digital
presentation.
technologies is transform industry and change the way business interact. Rise of sustainable business practices provide opportunities and challenges for business and society. Why I put the digital marketing in my slide? Because digital marketing is a way of doing business, of doing business is a new millennium. So it starts from the marketing. Number one, based on the research, 59.5% of the global population are online. 29.3 million internet users in Malaysia, and the demanding for digital is blooming day to day. Importance of sustainable development or SD. Number one, to promote economic growth, environmental responsibility, and also social inclusion. The shared equitably among workers and communities through, number one, social protection programs, upskilling and reskilling initiatives, and also stakeholder engagement. Second content of my topic is Malaysian and Asian views of digitalization. Number one, it consider regarding about Sustainable Development Goals or SDGs, and also emphasis on sustainability. Regarding about Sustainable Development Goal or SDGs, comprise of SDG and international frameworks guide sustainability efforts. Challenges in implementing sustainable business practices consist of number one, limited resources, weak governance structures, and also low awareness. Digitalization address the challenges and accelerate progress. So to emphasize on sustainability of digitalization, number one, driven by growing awareness of environmental and social issues, and also the second, customer demand for sustainable products and services. As you know, digital marketing channels consist of website, paid or organic search, by email, by mobile, social media, and also display advertisement. Adoption of digital technology consists of number one, to improve their sustainability practices. Second, to promote sustainable products and services. Third, adopt sustainable business practices such as reducing waste, using renewable energy, improving worker conditions, and sustainable business practices in Malaysia and Asia is still uneven. So in the context of digital marketing framework, to sustain, there are 5 processes to occur. Number one, analyze and define, determine digital marketing channel or strategy or tactics, campaign setup and implementation, gather data, and also optimization. What is the problem or issue of digitalization? Number one, the issues of digitalization. Number one, lack of resources and access is mean that, for example, lack the financial resources and technical expertise to implement sustainable practices. Second, lack of knowledge and resources limit their ability about sustainable product and services. And last, lack of regular.
Okay, just please give applause to Dr. Samsul Anas bin Kasim because we have the short period of time. So I think we move on to the next agenda, like group panel discussion. So now we have here Prof. Abdul Halim Abdul Majid from University Utara Malaysia. He is the professor, so he has joined us for today's discussion. So he is a professor in the College of Business, University Utara Malaysia from 2006, and he was seconded and be the Deputy Dean for the Academic Affairs at International College University of Science and Technology. And his area of research interest includes human resource management, pay and remuneration, change and communication, human competitiveness, and human resource standards, and many things, yeah, including the NGOs also. He has supervised up till now supervised more than 15 PhD candidates and more than 20 master dissertation. He also has participated as a leader member to few researchers and has published few books, monograph, journal articles, as well as more than 30 articles, conference papers. So give applause to him. Okay. Okay, so next, so we have here Dr. Masita Novianti. So on behalf of on behalf of UNUSIDA, right? University of Nahdlatul Ulama Sidoarjo. So she is the researchers also, and she has experience in teaching and convinced for neither be convinced nor forced to believe, but one can try to explain or teach learning and thinking. So she has many experience in the teaching in the UNU Sidoarjo. So give applause to Dr. Masita. Okay. And also the last speaker we have here, Prof. Dr. Muhammad Nur Siddiq, MPM. So he is the professor in IBIK, Institut Bisnis Informatika Kosgoro 1957. He has more than 10 years experience in teaching and also in the research area, in the area of the management. So we have very credible speaker here. I hope we can learn a lot from them. So give applause to Prof. Dr. Nur Siddiq. Okay. So first of all, I would like to thanks to IBI, Institut Bisnis Informatika Kosgoro 1957, and CSRC, Center for Sustainability Research and Consultancy. And also we would like to thanks to UN Principle for Responsible Management Education, who are the sponsor of this panel discussion, and also to the respected guests and scholars here who attend to this event. So we would like to thanks to all the panel discussion who are already together with us. Thank you very much for coming. And now I want to introduce the topic of our today discussion. So the topic is quadruple helix dialogue on responsible digitalization to address sustainability challenge in emerging economy. So I will repeat. Now I want to introduce the topic of today's discussion. The topic is quadruple helix. Yeah, on the responsible digitalization to address the sustainability challenges in the emerging economies. This topic is that how we can utilize the digitalization to address sustainable development in emerging economies like Indonesia, country, Pakistan, Malaysia, and other emerging economic countries in Asia, especially. As we know that a quadruple helix is an update of the triple helix, as we know, which means that the government, the academia, and also the industry and the civil society work together, right? And they should coordinate to each other to solve any economic and social issue, right? And which is faced by the society. Better coordination between these four pillars is very important for long-term solution. Okay, now I want to tell you, because this conference theme is more focused on the relationship between the digitalization and the sustainability. So our today panel discussion is actually in line with the theme of this conference. how digitalization can be utilized for the sustainable development in developing emerging economies. So before we start, we have the structure of the discussion today. We have around 50 or 60 minutes, Prof. And there will be 2 or 3 round questions. So I will asking to the speaker each question, and first round of question will be on role of the digitalization for environment-friendly economy, business, and society. Right? This is the second round of the question, and the first round of the question will be role of digitalization for environmental friendly economy, business, and society. And the second round will be on the role of the digitalization for bringing diversity, equity, and inclusion in economy, business, and society. Okay, this is the round question, and I will repeat again. This is only for the outline. And the third round of the question on role of coordination between government, academia, industry, and civil society for using digitalization for sustainable development. So we have 50 minutes is a round question. So maybe one of the speaker can speak up to 4 or 5 minutes. So for the now, I also want to brief you a little bit about the topic of today, our discussion regarding the sustainable development of digitalization. So, the sustainable development, as we know, that refers to balancing of financial or economic gains of business and economic without compromising environment and social equity. There are 3 pillars of the sustainable development: profit, people, and the planet. All right. And people development refers to development which is inclusive, diverse, and equitable. This is also called DEI principle, or society sustainable development. And planet development or green development refers to natural resources, conservation, and preservation during the economic, business, and civic societies. And the sustainable development is also reflected specifically by 17 sustainable development goals of United Nations, which cover 3 main areas of sustainable development: economy, ecology, and equity. And now I would like to explain a little bit about the digitalization. The pandemic has uncovered the hidden potential of digital technologies to carry out various economic, business, and civil activities without requiring the least required consumption of natural resources. The work from home, learn from home, do business from home has been enabled to digital technologies nowadays. This means that digital technologies has potential for ensuring inclusion, equity, diversity in economic, business, and civil activities. So digitalization has implication for people-friendly, planet-friendly, and economic growth also. So now we arrive to the main question. Okay. So today's discussion is about 3 questions. Okay. So now I move on to our panel discussion. So I'm sorry I have taken a lot of your time. All right. So first question is, okay, maybe I will ask to Dr. Masita Novianti first. Okay. So the first question is, what are the potential and challenges of using digital technology for planet-friendly economy, business, and society? And how we can achieve green development by using the digital technology? Okay, so the time is yours.
Check. Well,
Okay.
thank you very much, Dr. Amsal. Well, ya, Bismillah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
First of all, allow me to give a first introductions, which is my name is Masyeta, coming on behalf of Universitas Nahdlatul Ulama Sidoarjo. I'm not yet doctor actually, but I suppose that this is a pray for me. Amin, yeah, for becoming doctor later. Okay, well, this is also interesting because we came here with 8 of my colleges. We attend the seminars talking about economic. We brought some of them, which is actually expert in that field. Well, I myself coming from education's environment, but talking about digitalizations, talking about the economic, I think this is also common concern for all of us, right, sir? So if the question is, what is our opinion related to how to transfer, how is the rules of the digitalizations, how is the importance? Of course, I do agree, and I do believe that we all are here agree that the importance is very important, since we know that the effect or the impact of the pandemic, COVID, which is very huge for all of us, for every nations. We felt the suffering caused by the virus. But by using digitalizations, by using IT, we all here helped to get through of this pandemic. All the aspects, especially for the education, I think, because my field is education. So let me allow me to give an insight related with this. The educations, the field of educations are really helped by using this digitalization. Like what you say, doctor, we do many activities online. Yeah, we do like meetings online, teachings online. Right. And the interesting one is that the fact that we can do things at at the same times, like teaching and also yogaing.
Yes.
Doing exercising while teaching. Yes. So this is interesting that we can do more 1, 2, or even 3 activities at the same time just because of the technology. But of course, this is not a good example if we cannot concern in one activity, right? But yet, this kind of digitalizations, of course, becoming right now. This is the urgency for us to, gain by all the societies, especially for us here, maybe the expert, the educators, maybe, which is this impact will bring us into easy activities to get through to our activities. While Indonesia, especially our country here, our government has already declared many programs related with this for campuses. For example, we has already set up all the strategies. Like the example is like Merdeka Belajar, Kampus Merdeka, Praktisi Mengajar, which is involve all the expertise, all the practitioners to get into the teachings field. And I think this is also becoming a very challenges activity to do and a very important things to get through with. And also to introduce this and to continue this activity, especially for our next generations, which is very close to digital materials. Yeah, I think that's my opinion, sir.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Give
Assalamualaikum
applause to
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Dr. Masita. Thank you. And next is Prof. Halim. Would you share your thought regarding? So I will repeat again the question. So the question is, what are the potential and challenges of using digital technology for planet-friendly economy, business, and society? And how we can achieve green development by using the digital technology? The time is yours.
Right. Thank you very much, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Amshal, our moderator for today's forum or panel session. Thank you, insyaAllah, Dr. Tubi, Mashita, Prof, Dr. Muhammad Siddiq, and the delegates. I consider all of us here as the delegates. Either we are available face-to-face in this ballroom or via online. So thank you very much, Dr. Amshal, for asking such an important question. And what I would like to highlight as far as the challenges and potential benefits from digitalization is by sharing with all of you a very basic foundation. Asasnya, ibu-ibu, bapak-bapak, mahasiswa-mahasiswa sekalian, bila kita bercakap berkenaan dengan digitalization, when we talk about digitalization, we have to understand that kita kena faham bahawa digitalization is a catalyst. Ia adalah merupakan satu catalyst pencetus kepada satu transformasi daripada zaman tradisional kepada satu era baru yang dikatakan sebagai digital era. So it is a catalyst. So when it is seen as a catalyst, there is a kind of transformation from traditional to digital era. So the challenge now, when we talk about digitalization era, cabarannya ibu-ibu, bapak-bapak sekalian adalah isu people, kemanusiaannya, isu profit, keuntungannya, dan juga isu planet, environmentnya. Alright. So all these three P's, planet, people, and profit. So if we were to look from the people standpoint, there is a gap. A gap in the sense that there are people who can afford, yang mampu, atau dalam bahasa Indonesianya yang mampu, dan ada juga kategori people yang cannot afford. Dia tidak mampu. Alright? So ketidakmampuan ataupun kemampuan di sini bertitik tolak starts from the so-called financial affordability. Right. If they cannot afford financially, whatever transformation that digitalization would like to contribute in improving our way of managing organization or our way of doing business, if they cannot afford, so they will not be putting money from no money into the business operation so that they can transform from the so-called very traditional business nature to a new business era. So that is one factor. So it is a challenge. So what we can do in terms of arranging and helping this category of people who cannot afford, there is a need for them to be helped by, we talk about quadruple helix, help from the pemerintah, government, help from the civil society, and maybe help from business entities so that the government, the civil society, the business entities who are currently making lots of profit need to contribute in helping those people who cannot afford so that they will be having the equal chance to adopt and adapt all the so-called IT infrastructure in changing or in transforming their way of doing whatever that they are doing at the moment. Either they are doing business at a small scale or they are doing whatever like karyawan, kerja-kerjanya daripada traditional way kepada digital era. So that is one aspect. Another challenge is integrity or confidentiality or data confidentiality. When we talk about digitalization, my information is available somewhere that you can access. But will you be able to keep secret for whatever supposed to be kept as secret. For example, my profiles, my date of birth, my bank accounts, right? My traveling itinerary, right? All those can be captured from somewhere, right? So those who are supposed to view and access for a valid reason, no problem. But now we are facing the issue of scammers. I'm not sure in Indonesia bahasanya apa. Scammer, right? Where the information like my profile picture is being used by someone who is not supposed to use my profile picture as his or her profile picture in communicating with my friends or colleagues and asking for something that he or she is supposed not to ask on behalf of someone else. But that is the challenge. So now in order to address that challenge, we have to create sense of awareness among all of us, and also to share this information with all others outside, bahwa there is a need to be integrity. We have to have the integrity. So integrity is something that need to be developed from within, dari dalam. Pembinaan elemen kemanusiaannya. Supaya manusia-manusia yang terbina ini, manusia-manusia yang berintegriti. All right, so that is another aspect. And finally, I think the time is up. As far as the profit, we know when there is a transformation, there is a need to be adopted or adapted. So there will be people or business entity that will make a lot of profits. However, to what extent those profit-making entities are contributing to the others who are considered as marginalized groups, right? Those needy people, or as what Prof. Rohana has shared earlier, in terms of helping those people who are deaf, DEAF, right? And there are a lot of others who are also, blind. And of course, what we can say in terms of the economic indicator, those income or the household income is very low in our society. So what we can suggest for those profit-making business entities in adopting or after adopting or while adopting the digitalization, and they are making significant amount of profit, hopefully from that profit, they can contribute in the context of corporate social responsibility. So I hope by highlighting and by sharing this, I think I have used the time allocated by the moderator. Thank you. We'll see you in the second round.
Okay. Thank you very much for this wonderful answer. Give applause to Prof. Halim also. Okay, thank you. So the next speaker will be Prof. Siddiq. So I will repeat again the question. The same question is, what are the potential and challenges of using digital technology for planet-friendly economy, business, and society, and how we can achieve green development by using the digital technology? So the time is yours, Prof. Please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Amsal Sahban as a moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good noon time right now. So it is honorable for me to sit down here in front of the distinguished participant in this international seminar. And it is delighted for me to speak in terms of digitalization regarding about economy, business, and society in emerging economy. Let me tell you here, first this one. Right now, the era of digitalization, it's mean the age of access. Anybody, wherever you are, you can access to every single activity in our lives, even in education and economy and everything is a digital. Even our money also is a digital. Yeah, our money, our rupiah, our ringgit is a digital. So if you move a little bit to educational sector, let me say, education is a good business, actually. Yeah. Indonesia, 300,000 million people. It's a huge market. If we can monetize this one through educational sector, it will be beneficial for us who are working in educational field right now. But the question is how to do that? In my mind, 10 years from now, even less maybe, we don't need anymore the building. Nobody can go to the university anymore. You know why? Because we can study from everywhere. Anytime we can study. So we don't need more big campus. What we want to build is platform. What we want to be, we build is a platform in digitalization. Yeah. Let me tell you, yes, there is one thing we do in, let me say in the United States or in Europe right now, we call blackboard system. Yeah, blackboard system. That's the way they teach from the United States, from the Europe, but a little bit expensive. Yeah, of course. But the way we teach to our students, even our students, wherever they place in this world, but they can join our class at the time. Yeah, so it means we can serve the population of this planet. Yeah, through digitalization. So what we want to maintain, maybe our leader is from Hong Kong, from Penang, Utara Malaysia, and from Indonesia, Ibi Kosgoro. We want to build what we call, let me say, MOU in how to make it our student. Let me say, my student can study in Utara Malaysia, for instance. My student in Penang, my student can study in Penang. So our agree to accept it as a credit. So if we want to do that, it means we already implemented what we call digitalization, and will be one as a strategy. That's the first thing. Okay. The second thing is also, we're talking about digitalization in entrepreneurship. Right now, for the time being, in Indonesia, there are a lot of startup, okay, startup, and that's all millennial. Yeah, everybody can do the business. Everybody can make a TV, right? Podcast, whatever, and nobody maybe. We don't need TV for long. Next time, we don't need TV anymore because we can make also our television in my house, in my room, wherever. But this is very important thing is how to make innovation in terms of technology, in terms of digitalization, in order to make money. Yeah, because I think this is really a big potential, and also this is also a one field again in digital area. It is free democracy. It is feel free to anybody. There is no longer anymore right now to see maybe if we see the economic prediction. I think in the West they have a lot of recession, but we are here in Asia, especially in Indonesia, we are feel good right now in terms of economy. So as long as you can build a one system, good in economy, yeah, good in digitalization, for instance, you will be survive your country. But you can see in Europe, they have a lot of recession in there, suffering the people. But here in Indonesia and Asia, we have a very good until now so far. Yeah, sustainable development. They are very good. A little bit, yeah, maybe we can say good in economy and good also for looking for the job. I think that's all my opinion for the time being. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Okay, thank you. Give applause to Prof. Nur Siddiq. Thank you for everyone for sharing your thought about the first question. So I was particularly interested in what Dr. Masita Novianti said, that we have to have the readiness to work from home, learn from home, right? And also from Prof. Halim, so we have to be able to afford the financial. So if we cannot adopt the financial, so we cannot adopt the ever-changing business, right? And need to create the sense of awareness. So should have the integrity also. So, and also I was particularly interested in what Prof. Nur Sadiq said, that we should make an innovation in terms of the digitalization. The innovation is very important for this ever-changing world regarding the digitalization to make the money. So this is very interesting. So let's move. Now we move to the second question for our panel discussion. Okay. So the second question is maybe this is will be the last question because we have the short period of time. So the question is how the coordination between the government, academia, industry, and the civil society. So now we are not only the triple helix, so we already upgrade to the quadruple helix. The coordination between the government, academia, industry, and the civil society in emerging economies can help to use of the digitalization for sustainable development. How to coordination and how we can ensure better coordination between government, academia, industry, and civil society for sustainable development. I think we will start from Dr. Masita Novianti. I think the time is yours now. Please.
Well, thank you again,
Yes,
Dr. Amsal. Well, this is also interesting. How the communication. This is for sure. When the question is how the communication, of course, it is through digitalization. While today, like I have already explained before, related to what the government tried to build, the programs related in order to afford the situations, and then providing educations, how the academic, the industrials, and all the expertians can get involved in the activity of academic activity. So of course, they also afford the way of communications by building what we call like a platform, maybe like yeah, I think I forgot the name, sir, but like what I get through. Jadi saat ini kebetulan saya terlibat juga sebagai dosen pendamping lapangan untuk kegiatan pengabdian masyarakat mahasiswa. Itu adalah one of the programs called Kampus Mengajar. Invited some students from every universities in Indonesia, especially East Java here, and then we coordinate once a week, ya, by filling the report. Jadi ada satu platform di mana dosen pembimbing, kemudian mahasiswa, kemudian koordinator universitas giving report every week, ya, reporting all the activities. So ini untuk skala education, karena kebetulan field saya di sana, I just can give an examples related with this. So through the platform, through the what we call it, sir, platform, yeah, through the platform, all the activities, all the communications can be seen clearly. Jadi komunikasi antar dosen, komunikasi antar mahasiswa, apa yang menjadi aktivitas mereka, bentuk-bentuk evaluasi semua bisa dilihat dengan sangat transparan dan sangat mudah untuk diakses. And I think this is becoming salah satu power terbesar dari sebuah bukti digitalizations ini gitu, yang memang tetap butuh awareness ya Prof ya, tetap membutuhkan awareness. And I think kalau ditanya how, bentuk komunikasi by using digitalizations ya, using platform etc. ini sudah menjadi sebuah kebutuhan ya, urgency yang mungkin akan dikembangkan oleh para technicians, mereka-mereka yang expert in IT for example, yang memang melihat sektor ini menjadi sektor yang sangat-sangat dibutuhkan untuk kemudian dikembangkan. Dan bukan hanya itu, aspek keterlibatan pemerintah, akademia, industrial dan semuanya ini akan akan sangat transparan, bisa dilihat dan kemudian diukur, bukan hanya dilihat dan untuk dievaluasi, tapi juga bisa diukur melalui penggunaan platform yang mungkin bisa dikembangkan jauh lebih baik lagi di kemudian hari. And of course, saya sangat tertarik sekali dengan yang Prof sampaikan tadi mengenai digital awareness tadi, dan itu memang menjadi PR saat ini karena memang in fact we found that kenyataan bahwa some of the identity of us that is actually not to be public but yet somehow kita kadang masih missing di situ gitu ya. Sehingga masih ada peretas-peretas yang mampu mengakses tanpa izin. Dan ini mungkin menjadi PR buat rekan-rekan yang ahli di bidang itu untuk mengembangkan teknologi yang jauh lebih baik untuk bisa memenuhi kebutuhan digital awareness tadi yang disampaikan oleh Prof. Mungkin itu, that's all from me, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for Dr. Masita. Please give applause to Dr. Masita Novianti. So the same question will be come to Prof. Halim Abdul Majid, and I will repeat again the question. So the question is, how coordination between government, academia, industry, and civil society in emerging economies can help use of digitalization for sustainable development, how we can ensure better coordination between the quadruple helix for sustainable development. Please, Prof, the time is yours.
All right, once again, thank you very much, moderator, Associate Professor Dr. Amshal. So I think a very straightforward answer that I would like to share with all of you is very much related to forming a joint committee or a steering committee to coordinate all those stakeholders, right? So now what we can see, some of those, they are working in silo. Academia with their research, publication, and they sit back in their respective camp. So the government, the policymakers in their own circle. The business with their, circle, and the same goes to the general public. So I think as far as the coordination is concerned, we need to form a joint committee or at least a steering committee to make sure the coordination works. If you were to say that there is a need to coordinate and there is no measure to ensure the coordination works, it will also be another failure. So we do not want to have or to face or to encounter the issue. So in order to ensure the coordination is going to work, there is like a central joint steering committee involving or representing by all those stakeholders. So on top of that, there is a need to do some kind of what we call programs, right? Programs like engagement session or turun padang. Saya tak pasti dalam bahasa Indonesia bagaimana. Bila kita bercakap pasal digitalization, sometimes we are very positive in the sense that using or via digital platform, we can reach everybody in actual fact, there are still people who cannot access and be part on the same digital platform. So in order to coordinate after forming the committee is supposed to go down and have engagement session, make sure they can get inputs and they can understand the actual problem from different stakeholders. And they are going to address all those concerns, those problems from different set or categories of stakeholders, then bring back so that they can strategize whatever needed to make sure the coordination as far as digitalization and the benefits will be for all, right? So in terms of connecting people, so I think on top of coordinating and connecting people, we should, I'm not sure whether this is like a request or humble request maybe, hopefully the cost, COST, the cost of anggaran biayanya kepada proses digitalization ini will be reduced. Cheaper cost in order to adapt or adopt the so-called digital platform. So by reducing the cost, hopefully more people, especially those people that we have identified as cannot afford, hopefully more among them will be able to afford, right? So hopefully by being by having the affordability to be part and parcel of the transformation from traditional to digital, they can also share their views, they can also participate in the engagement, and they can also suggest whatever strategies to be taken by those authorities via the so-called the joint committee that I have mentioned earlier. So I think that is it as far as coordination is concerned. So once again, thank you very much, Associate President Amshad.
Okay, thank you very much for Prof. Halim. Already shared the thought. So now we have a question for the last speaker, which is Prof. Prof. Nur Sadiq. So I will repeat again the question. The same question will be, so the question is how coordination between government, academia, industry, and civil society in emerging economy can help use of digitalization for sustainable development, how we can ensure better coordination between those 4 pillars. The time is yours, please.
Thank you, Mr. Amsal Shahban. Yeah, that is a very good question. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sometimes when we are talking about coordination, easy to say, but difficult to implement it. Yeah. Let me start. What you mentioned before, sometimes we call it as a stakeholder in our national development. I think it is happened in every country in this world. The first thing is government, society, and private sector. Yeah, that is we call stakeholder. Government, of course, they setting the regulation. Okay, so private sector, you say industry in this case, that is innovative of doing some business. And the third is society. Society is the user of all the business created by the industry. So when you're talking about the digitalization era right now, I remember what my president here, Joko Widodo, mentioned is there is no longer to export about nickel or natural raw material to abroad. You know why? Because we want to build our industry here in our country. As long as we hope natural resources would help us to achieve our goal, he say it could not happen. It's the one strategy is we build our industry here. So that's why we don't want to sell, to export about raw material. For instance, electrical car right now in Indonesia, that's the huge industry and will be the largest industry to produce electric car in this world. So it's mean everything through digital. Yeah, everything through digitalization. So no longer we really hope about natural. We move to human resources and human capital, and that human will be created what we call the area right now is digital. Yeah. So I really hope if this is university, we are working as an industry right now here to produce alumni, right? Yeah, as a human being, in expert in every field. We're focusing again, I mentioned before, we're looking forward to make one, let me say, cooperation together. We are come here from Malaysia, from Hong Kong. We set up, yeah, one MOU for them to doing what kind of digital platform we want to build. In terms of we created expert, a very excellent alumni from our university in terms of digitalization, doing the platform, doing our business, and then also we hope we support. Because we are working at the university, we support these three stakeholders: government, society, and private sector to build our era right now in digitalization area as a really, really new area. It's totally different. Change it, the way we teach to our students, the way we do communicate with other people, the way our life in this daily activities is totally changed because of digitalization. So we'll be back. This is challenging area. So we come here looking forward, or hopefully we can find a good solution. Yeah, to of course make a lot of money in this case. This is challenging for us. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much for this very wonderful thought. It's very wonderful thought. So we thank to Prof. Dr. Nur Sadiq for this question. So I think it's very nice discussion, and I'm very thankful to everyone for sharing your thoughts. So I will make a little bit conclusion. The conclusion from okay. Let me check here. Okay. Okay. So the conclusion of the discussion is, according to Prof. Dr. Masita Novianti, so we need to have the platform of academia to integrate between like the integrated academic system, like kind of like that, right? Between lecturers, students, and university to become an eye opener to the government, to industry, to arrange for to make the strategic plan in the near future. Yeah, I think that's a very wonderful thought. And also, Prof. Halim also said that so we need to do more on research in the academia, area. So should has the central steering committees to accommodate the coordination in order to solve the actual problem in the field, and connecting people by reducing the cost of the digitalization. So all the government, academia, industry can work very closely with the low cost of the digitalization to make it affordable to civil society. And also for Prof. Nur Sadiq, he said, yeah, there is no longer export the raw material from Indonesia, no more export, as said by President Jokowi. He said that we will stop all the raw material to establish our industry here in Indonesia to make more better and better, and then we can make the very good digital industry in the near future. So there is a need for better coordination between the four pillars: government, academia, industry, and civil society to work closely. Yeah, this is a very nice thought from the group panel discussions. So again, thank you very much for your thought. So I will close the session for today's discussion. Thank you again very much. So give applause again to our discussion for today. So I will close the session. Thank you very much for your attention. And thank you for all listeners here. Now I will open the question to the floor. So I will open question to the floor. Maybe we may have one or two questions because we have only the short period of time. Maybe there is a question from the floor. Please, yes. Please say your name and your institution, your affiliation, sir.
Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Nama saya Asraruddin. My name is Asraruddin. I am from IBIK. Ya, IBIKA 57. Thank you, moderator. I have two questions. May I have two questions? One question.
Yeah, limit the
I limit
question
time.
because
Okay,
time is
thank
running
you.
out.
Yeah, about digitalization. Of course, it is now a focus. All of the people in the world now is digitalized. But if you all focus on digital, I think we forget one thing about emotional question. So if we all focus on digital, one thing we forget about emptiness of our heart. So we are like robot, we work like robot. Yes. So everybody speak about digital, but maybe only few of us speak about emotional questions. I think it is also very important. Talking about, so if we don't talk about emotional questions, our heart is very empty. And we are treated like a robot. So there must be a balance. There must balance between digital and emotional question.
Yeah, okay.
Thank
I
you very
think,
much.
Yeah, he can get the point. Maybe one of you can answer the question, please. Please.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Asraruddin. I think I am on your side if you are talking about empty of our heart. Let me tell you this. Human cannot be changed, but technology will help us to do our business in our life. Technology make it easy everything, but human cannot be changed. When we talking about feeling, of course, always the human behind the gun. Even the highest technology, if you cannot operate it, it's so difficult also. But machine cannot be feel something. But human cannot be, it should be a feeling about the human. So that's why I told you, cannot be changed the human. But technology can help us, can help human being to make it easy their job, to make it easy to achieve their goal through technology. So it means if you are in our religion, for instance, Muslim, for instance, you say Isra Miraj, yes, Muhammad going to the sky in one night. Nobody can believe it that one. Because how come it's so short time, but it's a long journey. Right now, the technology, it's happened. I just want click what I'm here. What actually here, I already sent it directly in Europe, directly in the United States. All I understand sentence. If I can send it, automatically they send to everywhere in this world. It means they can help us, the technology. And also, Prophet Muhammad going to that. It's also as a technology, the human being, but it's very super sophisticated technology because direct from the God. Yeah. But here right now, yeah, we are human being created the technology. We believe it to make it easy, to make it simple. The way of our life in this world is just the only way through technology. What we call right now is digitalization. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, maybe there is an additional answer for Dr. Halim. Maybe you can add more answer regarding this.
All right.
Please.
Not a
Yeah.
lot more, but
It's not
just a
like-
brief.
Just a brief, yeah.
Adding up. I think last time we talked about home alone.
Yes.
It means that our children, when they go back after school, we are not there at home yet because we are working physically in our respective organization or campus. So now, with digitalization, all of us, from grandparents, father, mother, all children can be at the same home under one roof. They are connecting to the world for whatever business or students activities that they are involved. But there is a missing point, as what our professor has asked. It's basically, there is no human touch. Right. Even though we are under the same roof, but we are not talking. We are not talking to one another. We are communicating, even if I'm not sure how, maybe here we are having like a 2-floor house, right? Ada 2 tingkat rumah, anak di tingkat atas, ibu bapa di tingkat bawah, communicate-nya through WeAre. Ibu, saya mau makan, nanti order Grab. Sampai di pintu, makan sendiri di bilik di atas. Kalau dahulu kita makan sekali, makan siangnya, makan malamnya. So I think that is another element that need to be considered seriously by all of us because we are human being. We need human touch, not only for the sake of harmonizing our family, but also in connecting ourselves to the Almighty Allah, inshallah. So shukran jazilan. Thank you very much.
Okay, very wonderful answer for Dr. Halim. And the last, maybe Dr. Novita can, Dr. Masita can give a
Thank you,
brief
Dr. Afa.
answer.
Just a little bit, sir.
Yes.
I think, yeah, interesting when the issues of emotional quotients are arise here in the middle of our discussions about economic. Well, of course, in my opinion, we cannot separate these two things. We cannot separate. It doesn't mean if we didn't talk about this today, it doesn't mean that this is separated with this case. Well, talking about emotional quotients, it is a must. And I think this is the basic requirement also. This is a basic need for all of us not to get our heart empty. So, but I think also, thank you very much, Doctor, for the questions, because this will be a good idea for the next discussion, I think, how to put this together, talking about any other topics to get related. So we didn't miss the feeling emptiness in our heart. I think that's for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Very wonderful thought from those speakers. So I think we have time. The time is up. So we will close the question. So I am Associate Professor Muhammad Amsal Sahban. We'll close the session for today panel discussion. Thank you very much for your attention. So we will go for the lunch after this. So again, thank you very much, Prof. And Dr. Prof, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Association Professor Dr. Amsal Shaban. Again, please give a big applause to all of our panel discussion speakers. And ladies and gentlemen, now please welcome for lunch and prayer break until 2 p.m. And after that, participants are invited to return to your respective rooms, which can be confirmed with the committee. For further information on the implementation of the activities will be guided by moderator in each room. Thank you very much for your attention and see you later. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Baik Bapak Ibu, dipersilahkan untuk menikmati makan siang yang sudah panitia sediakan. Lalu bagi yang ingin menunaikan sholat zuhur, boleh di belakang venue ini ada musola dan kamar mandi. Dipersilahkan bagi yang ingin ke belakang atau menunaikan sholat zuhur. Karena acara akan kita lanjutkan pada pukul 2 nanti siang untuk agenda parallel session. Untuk room sendiri Bapak Ibu bisa melihat di pintu-pintu yang sudah ditempelkan oleh panitia room masing-masing. Dan ada juga nama Bapak Ibu yang tertera di dalam catatan room tersebut di depan sudah kami pasang. Lalu untuk yang kebagian room 3 dan 4 akan dipandu oleh panitia ke dalam hotel yang berada di lantai 3. Untuk akses masuk sudah dipersiapkan juga standby panitia di depan lift. Jadi untuk Bapak Ibu yang kebagian di room 4 dan 5 itu akan posisi parallel sessionnya ada di room di lantai 3 di hotel di ruang depan seperti itu. Jadi dilihat lagi jadwalnya masing-masing kira-kira Bapak Ibu di room yang mana. Untuk yang room 45 akan dipandu oleh panitia untuk menuju ke lantai 3 hotel sentral. Silahkan menikmati makan siangnya Bapak Ibu. Terima kasih informasinya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more information. For who has interest to join the city door, kindly please fill your name to the committee. And the committee will be contact to you to inform the information later. One more information, one more times, please, for who interesting to join the city tour, Jakarta city tour, please info to the committee. Thank you very much.